Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. I am Razim and this is Ascent to Ascend Dungeons and Dragons. We have had a change of dungeon master here with this campaign. So everybody welcome Moriarty as the new dungeon master.
The previous dungeon master is alive and well, and nothing has happened whatsoever. And why are you asking so many questions?
Slowly loads.
That is a very interesting new skeleton you've got there.
No, it isn't. It's always been there.
No, that's a brand new one.
I'm an aspiring inquisitor, and asking questions is kind of what I inspired to do.
Alright, so let's go ahead and get this started. Moriarty, what is your, why don't you share your expertise with us?
Wait, what do you mean my expertise?
Well, in order for, you know, the interview here, so, what prior experience do you have?
You didn't tell me there'd be an interview process. I thought I was already hired. I planned out a session for y'all.
Well, that's great, but
Well, no, he has previous dungeon master experience. At least he claims.
No, see, we are convinced, but is the audience convinced?
Exactly.
Okay, well, I don't need to convince the audience.
Oh, yes, you do. The audience has power to make you regret that choice of words.
We didn't even start this campaign and it's already derailed. Hell yeah, that's a new record, guys.
Also, why is it as soon as he started talking smack about the audience, I could hear war drums?
Oh, I always hear that, but I think that's just my imagination.
No, that's called tinnitus.
All right. Well, if I must, I was DM here on this channel for Tales of Miraleth, which was the Wednesday game, until such a point that I was a bit overwhelmed with my working life, and as such, I handed it over to Digimarth, who is now DMing that game. Still DMs it to this day. And I came over here because I wanted to try my hand at DMing again. Okay.
And what do you believe you can bring to the table here?
A D&D session. I would say snacks as well, but this is all virtual.
Actually, you can bring snacks, so why don't you go ahead and do so?
You gotta pay the Marten tax.
There is a method. There is a method for you to send, you know, snacks.
I'm pretty sure, like, I would need all of your addresses. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be good by the time they got to you guys. And I'd also have to ask you guys to send me postage.
No, Uber Eats is fine. Just send us stuff through that.
Oh, that
or Grubhub, or, well, yeah, but you're the one that brought up snacks, so now we are expecting snacks. And so is the chat. They're expecting you to bring snacks for everybody, including the viewers.
Well, here, anyone who wants snacks, please send me your personal address. And I promise I will only send snacks to that location. I will not send a glitter bomb.
Oh, glitter, that's my favorite snack.
I'm more of a crayons guy.
We know, Timber.
So, anyways, what else do you bring to the table here?
Let's just get on with this.
We are all heroes. You and Boo and I. Hamsters and rangers everywhere!
Oh.
Rejoice!
Well, I guess I don't get a treat then.
Yep.
You already got one last game.
No,
still
it
don't
got
know.
canceled. I didn't actually get a treat.
Send
You
my
got
name,
money for one.
True.
name,
True.
birthday, mailing address, and mother's maiden name to
No,
Moriarty. Gotcha.
no, do not do that.
Yeah, you don't need to do that. Just send me your credit card and the 3 wacky
No,
digits on the
stop.
back.
No, stop it.
Seriously,
Bad.
that's not
He
even
wants-
funny.
He wants the delicious Chromo. Alright, so adventure? Question mark?
Yes. Go ahead and sing the recap for us, Moriarty.
I'm the DM.
Yes, and the last time you were DM, you sang the recap.
Yes, I sang the recap every time because I wanted to.
Well, yes, but now that is part of your job. I mean, literally, your character card says you are the Fox Bard, so...
That's my title, yes. You know, bards don't only sing.
Well, entertain us with a story, then, of the recap.
Hey, Woes. I don't see you on Fantasy Grounds.
Oh, crap.
Toshimi
Yeah.
just sent me a fake picture of a credit card.
Why?
Brilliant. But no, some bards take their profession out just simply through telling stories.
Story time!
Anyways, are you all ready to begin?
I'm always ready. Even when I'm not!
That doesn't make sense, but I'm gonna take that as a yes.
If the enemy doesn't know, if I don't know what I'm doing, the enemy can't possibly comprehend my further actions.
You're
Yeah,
doing
you're-
what the Empress wills.
Yes!
No, he's just following the United States military's main
Yeah, I was
method
about to say that's how the U.S. works.
Anyways, so to begin, when we last left our party, they had just conquered the first tower that was presented to them. And that first tower was on one of the few islands, I want to say just north of the sort of villa, sort of coastal town that they had found themselves in. By the time they make it back, after speaking with some avatar of what seemed to be some form of god, they were able to ask one question. I believe Timber asked that question. And Timber, would you like to relay? I assume you recall what that question was.
Yeah. It was obviously what's better, squeaky toys or,
Plushies.
Wait, no, yeah. It wasn't that. I know we are still on that quest to figure that out, but I asked the thingy about how to take over the tower for the Inquisition, and I promised to the party that I would help them with whatever thing they wanted to do next. Because I'm lawful.
Right. So, with the promise that if you continued your path and if you continued to help the party, that your personal mission, Timber von Borgstein, if I got that correct.
Nobody ever does, but go on. One day I will be recognized.
One day. But yeah, once with that promise being made, you guys all started to make your way out of the tower. And Timber, I believe we very much ended with him planting the flag on top of the ship.
Yes.
And,
Hopefully it's big enough that the Imperial Navy will not fire upon us, but small enough that other navies will not fire upon us because they're buttheads and don't really like the fact that we kick their butts all the time in naval warfare.
Indeed. So, to start, by the time you all get back to the ship, There has been a dense layer of fog that has accumulated, enough so that it really is hard to see past a certain distance. Your ship, of course, is still there. Everything still seems fine. Though you do notice that probably getting back to where you sailed from is going to be a little bit difficult. To note, Moriarty the Fox is still with you guys, and he will be with you probably for a session or two more until I have him jump off. So he's going to be sort of a NPC character for the time being that you guys can still interact with if you wish to. But besides that, you guys have your boat. You know that there are more towers out there. But from there, where you decide to go and what you decide to try to do at least is up to you guys.
I will ask my crew what's next on the list to do.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, fate's got a path laid before us. We should continue on it.
Timber will go to the two Martens and he'll kneel down to them or wherever they're at and go, I'm sorry I wasn't able to get you a pony, but we got you a doggo. Buddy?
I think
You
you need
awake?
to give it a treat. Sam?
Damn.
Sorry, roommates are distracting me. What's up?
Timbo knelt down to the Martens and he was apologizing that he could not get them the pony, but they did at least get him a doggo.
I can make you less alone.
We're happy with this.
And then Timbo will turn to Gaw, and he'll be like, do you acquire anything from this island before we leave?
Well, unless we're taking over the Inquisition, this should be the last thing on this island.
Yeah, we don't got enough battleships to do that.
I don't think anyone has enough battleships to do that.
And the Empress is bigger than me. I don't think. Plus the fact that we'll kneel every time. She totally has advantage because I have to kneel. Anyways,
Unless we have our own Inquisition on this island, I meant to say.
Oh. I'm pretty sure it's just me, because... And this... And then Temple pauses for a moment.
Because of
this
the people
fog-
who badmouthed you on that island near here.
Yes, that is true. I want to go lord it over that little girl's face!
Well, I mean... No, gloating...
I can probably do that some other time.
Yeah, I
She's
would-
very young. I have whole entire life to do it.
I would greatly enjoy to gloat alongside you, but I have obligations to superior entities of my own, and that would be a bit of a no-no.
Dungeon Master, I have
Yes.
a very, very, very important question. Is this smoke or is this fog?
This is very much fog. It is.
Okay, temper size relief because smoke would have been very bad.
Generally
Yeah,
is
well-
when it's that thick.
Yeah, if it's I was gonna say if there was this much smoke around, there would have to be like an active fire.
Or the Navy.
But yeah, it's It very much is a nice light gray. Its smell is nice and fresh.
Somebody
Uh,
needs to teach that Navy about catalytic converters.
You're a catalytic converter.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're a carburetor.
Yeah, I am the biggest carburetor you have ever seen. And you get the feeling that Temple has no idea what he's talking about.
Technically, Rose would have no idea what she's talking about.
The blind leading the blind.
I resemble that remark.
Are you blind?
But okay, Temple will let's see, who do you want to talk to first? He'll go to the Martens that are named Toshime and Teshime?
Toshime and
Tashime.
Tashime.
Toshime and Teshime. I have one question for the two of you, and you can both answer it in different ways if you wish. I desire to know, what do you fight for?
Well, we'd rather not fight.
Which they also changed his name.
Just in general.
Maybe Misha.
Okay, I don't think this conversation is gonna walk. Temple will go to Wazilia and ask her, what do you fight for?
Fighting for my dad. Trying to bring him back. It's been my main motive for a while. Beyond that, I mean, fate clearly has something in store for us.
And Rose, you're not in Fantasy Grounds right now.
I never clicked accept on the character because I'm stupid.
Okay, so Temple will pull out his little coloring book, and after he gets from Toshime Teshime, he's just gonna draw down like a very big egg.
Egg means dad, apparently.
No. And then after Rose, he doesn't know exactly what your dad looks like, so he's gonna try to draw you but bigger, and then scribble down in Celestial,
Oh, no.
bring
Okay,
dad home.
I have a solution for this. Can I borrow that lantern for just a moment?
I know you can bring your dad back, but I think you kind of mean like permanently.
Yeah, I can only bring back an echo right now, but my skills have been growing, and one day I'll be able to bring him back in the flesh.
All right, so I'm gonna write down that you want to bring dad back, and then I'm gonna draw these squiggly lines, but they're gonna be very thick, so they're strong magic. Gotcha. Go. What do you fight for?
I fight for my clan. My clan has given me the honor to go to the top of all the towers.
But you came here by choice. I was kidnapped.
All right, so I'm gonna draw Gore and what I believe to be his family, and okay, clan. Do you know what I fight for?
The Empress.
It sort of.
Timber
I
is taken
know I like-
aback. How did you know?
Are you psychic?
I know he can read my mind, but can you read my mind? Temple will go, yes. But do you know the purpose for Wolven?
To serve.
The end goal!
Conquer the entire world?
Achieve the Empress's goals?
Okay, those are all very good answers. Very. Yeah, if I had stickers, I would give them to you. You know what? Timber like pulls out a scroll and he like licks it and then he sticks it on Toshime, and it says in Celestial, "Way to go," and
Oh my!
and then
The
he'll
fact that he
say,
has these. The fact that he has these.
yeah, he just pulled it out and he didn't even draw on it. It just already was there.
Positive reinforcement.
Positive reinforcement. This was mine. I got this a long time ago. It's very precious. Do not lose it. I only got one of those. Anyways, I am Wolven. My purpose.
A magnanimous dispensation.
Before I was so rudely interrupted by generosity.
Thank you, Toshime.
Yes. My purpose.
Thank you, Toshime, for that wonderful, glorious donation.
For the glorious Imperium.
Alright.
I went through the whole of the burger.
Where was I going with this? Wolven's purpose. All purpose
The
is to fight
donation
and die
goal
for me.
has been completed, Moriarty.
Yep.
Oh,
I see
sweet.
that.
Alright. All these voices in my head keep bugging me. Anyways, I swear sometimes the gods are against me. But anyways,
Here's the healing potion then.
my purpose is to fight.
I
and
just
die
thought
for the
you'd like
Empress.
to know that, Moriarty.
Absolutely. By the way, it's not canon that Timber has schizophrenia.
Because you're like, oh, potion dropster.
Oh, we already knew that.
Timber says.
And anyways, all purpose is to fight and die for the Empress. But what I fight for is to make a world where people like me are completely worthless.
So basically, you want world peace.
You could say that.
You want peace, you must prepare for war. And Moriarty actually says that.
Huh.
Which is why she sent old Wolven out and fight and shit and die and all entire. I don't know. You can probably tell, but my raising is probably a lot different than yours.
And Timber,
Yes.
you never asked Moriarty what he wanted.
Oh, of course. You, Mr. Fox guy.
Oh, yeah, how can I help you?
What do you fight for?
Much like the Martens, I really prefer not to fight. I'm more just here to tell all your stories. You know, if you die.
Oh, you're one of those
Horribly.
heroes. Dragon told me all about them.
Ah, you met a dragon.
Stories.
It's a great story.
What? Okay. So you want to make coloring books? Okay.
I'll
and
go patch up the fourth wall. I'll be right back.
That's
What?
very important lumber. We will take more damage because this boat this
I'm-
land this
Hold
water
on.
battle fortress is not made out of steel. It's made out of wood. Thus, we need to repair it more. That wood is very important.
All right, hold on. I'm not making coloring books, just so you're aware.
Stories, coloring books. Stories. Coloring books. Coloring books.
What?
Timber, are you actually doing the whole weighing the hands thing in front of your computer right now?
Yes.
I
Alright.
can hear the hands moving.
You can hear those giant industrial gears grinding in his head. Trying to churn out an idea. Alright. Well, I'm gonna I'm gonna take the parking brake off and get the anchor up, and we can start going away from the island. Hopefully we can get out of this fog.
All right then. And Moriarty will move to be helpful however he can. What does everyone else decide to do aboard the ship, or is Timber going to be the only one trying to pilot this entire vessel?
None else of us can pilot.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
But
it's
they
not.
can assist.
I mean, it can't be too hard. Whichever direction the wind's blowing, you make the sails perpendicular so they catch the wind. I mean, that's how you do it, right?
Oh, what I'd give for an eye on side right now. They don't need sails.
All right. Timber, go ahead and give me a flat charisma check for orchestrating everyone to do the things you need them to do.
Well, luckily I'm a paladin, and that's a stat that I did not use as a dump stat. Language barriers! Of course ye.
Okay, so you get the anchor raised, and you go up to the wheel, and there's a good 5 minutes, and because it's so foggy, you completely forget that you haven't lowered the sails yet.
Yeah, that sounds like a typical thing.
Eventually, you do start calling to people to start lowering the sails and to get going on your way. At this point, I am going to be introducing traversal checks. So this is something that I mentioned in the Discord chat, but for the people at home, this was a concept a friend of mine used, and I thought it was quite fun, so I thought I would try to implement it here. What a traversal check is each character, one at a time, some number of you can try to sort of take lead as far as traveling goes. This can be contributing in one way or another that your character is somewhat skillful in. You can make whatever skill check you want as long as you can explain it to me and make it make sense to me, the DM. So who would like to try to go first?
Dungeon Master?
Yep.
Would Temple get any bonuses for his background is Marine and he knows how to steer a boat, but navigating might be difficult. Like he
I
has the
can-
basic training on how to he has the basic training on how to walk a boat, like just in case it was him who's having to steer the thing.
I can
If that
go
makes
ahead
sense.
and yeah, I'll go ahead and give you advantage on boat checks.
Okay.
So who would like to try to go first?
Anyone good with like survival navigation?
Yeah, that works perfectly. Go ahead and roll it.
I was asking if anyone's good at that. I have a +2.
I got +4.
No, you can't do that. You wanna know why?
You're the best at it.
No, I'm not. I just made a barrier.
I just imagine the Marten like at the front of the boat instead of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I got Toshime the psychic Marten. There we go.
All right. So, Toshime and Teishime, you guys have the good idea
Teishime.
of
You are flat. I win.
Teishime. You two have the good idea of having one of your two climb up as far as they can go on the mast, probably up to the crow's nest, and trying to telepath down so that you can properly navigate in the water. And as you're going back and forth and doing this, you relay the information to Timber, and Timber is quite easily able to turn the boat as necessary to avoid any rocks, despite how foggy it is. Because up in the crow's nest, there is a little bit. It's not perfectly clear. You can definitely see how dense the fog is beneath you, but you can also definitely make out shapes in the water and whatnot. And more importantly, you do take notice that there does seem to also be a sail that is somewhat close by behind your ship that is slowly gaining. It seems to be a smaller ship, but it does seem to be specifically following you after watching it for a few minutes.
All right, we got a player ship. Rosalia, will you grab the gunpowder barrel and jump off the back? Gar, get to the cannons. Timber, keep steering us in this direction. Bring us broadside. We will jump over and engage in melee.
What flags are they flying?
As much as that sounds great, I'd like to know who we're firing at first.
Remember, do not fire first. We want to make sure that they're not that they're friendly before we fire, but just be ready.
All right, so yeah, I'll tell the crew members to take positions, and Timber will still man the ship.
All right.
He'll actually he'll pull off to the right a bit and like slow down so the other ship could, you know, like come up right next to us.
All right. It seems to take a little bit of a while after all.
Yeah.
Ships.
Rose is going to be tucked down below the railings, like looking out of one of the scuppers, ready to cast any spells if needed.
Gotcha. As the smaller ship draws near, it does seem to be a it's not quite as big as your guys' ship. From my understanding of previous descriptions of the ship, the ship that you guys have is closer to a galleon, whereas the ship that's pulling alongside of you would be better described as a brigandine. A smaller, but
Thought you said it only had one sail.
You only
could
saw
see one sail. It probably has more sails, and we just could only see that in the fog.
No, specifically. You can see that it has a front mast.
Moriarty, cut that out.
I didn't do that.
Thank you.
Oh, you sure it's not coming from their ship?
Now I imagine Moriarty
I got
is
a bard.
sitting
We got
there
a bard in the
playing
bow.
that. He just produces a bass from God knows where.
Yeah.
It's like that one episode of SpongeBob. That's a quartet.
That's the sound. Every sailor knows that sound. It's the sound of death. It opens the doors, and there's just a scary
There you are.
music
Stop playing that music.
And the ship that's following us doesn't have green moss all over it, does it?
It does not.
You said
as
you
the
said
ship
it- Oh, go
as
on.
the ship is pulling into view, the first thing that you notice is that this would normally have two sails, but where the front sail would be is just a completely broken mast. And as you take note of this, you do also notice that the one sail that this ship is operating on is tattered and sewn together via so many different pieces of fabric it looks like this blobbish mess.
Looks like we're not the only ones having a shit time.
Yeah, our ship kind of looks like an Orky ship.
You do notice, however, at the top of the main mast of this ship that is still standing, it does have a black flag. And then, after really taking in the general status of this seemingly ramshackled brigandine, you see so many kobolds that have cutlasses, and they're all screaming at you. Just general chorus of "Yeah!" And they probably aren't as intimidating as they look, but they're probably pirates.
Oh, goody.
They're not
So-
as
so-
intimidating as they think they look.
Yeah,
Uh,
as they think they look. Thank you.
yeah, this
Words.
this is Dungeon Master.
Yes?
There was a reason why I pulled out to the right and slowed down a bit.
All right.
Timbo will grip the wheel, and with a smile on his face, prepare for boarding action! And he rams the side of the boat into the side of the boat.
Okay. Everybody give me a dexterity check.
What I'll be
Except-
doing is holding onto a rope to swing over when he gets close.
Since
Except
Rose
for-
is, Rose is
except for
already
Timber.
prone. No, Rose is already prone, right up against the railing. So would she get an advantage?
You basically don't need to roll.
Alright, because she's already braced.
And Timber does not need to because he's likely already braced and he knows this action is coming.
I
Alright,
will say
so-
Toshime is, claws into the mast up above. Toshime
No, yeah.
is down below. He was ready for
everyone-
boarding.
Everyone did more than well enough to maintain their footing despite the sudden lurch and impact of the ship against the ship. You do hear a rather large amount of wood breaking, however, which is a little bit alarming. You've
I-
likely taken some damage to the ship.
I would like to point out, Moriarty, we do have
The
a
whalebone?
shield around the ship. Yeah.
It has a shield? Like a
It
magical
has
shield?
the bones.
We've
bones.
mounted bones from a whale all around
It's
the
like
ship. It's basically like armor. It's I believe we established that it's like on the sides of the ship. It's like it stands out from the ship itself. The front of it has it mounted directly on, but the sides, the whale was a bit bigger around than the ship, so the bones go around that.
My
It probably
apologies.
just cushions the blows.
We
My
have a
apologies,
very
I will-
ramshackle ship.
I will specifically state that before this session, I did ask River what all the ship had with it, and I have not gotten a reply to that yet. So my apologies. I don't know what the ship has.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
that's
that's why
one
I'm
thing that
ramming
we've
it.
got. Another thing to note.
We have a
There's
chicken door.
Yes, I was going to mention that. We also.
We have a library. We have a library with that
Librarian.
creature that with a librarian, which I need details on him too. So no interactions with the librarian for now, please.
The other
We also have
thing which came from an influence were magical cannons.
Magical cannons. Okay, what exactly did these did she just say that the cannons were magical, or was there anything
She-
specifically given?
That we had them. That was about it for the description.
Let me pull up what details the viewer gave.
Worst case
was
scenario,
Jaffer.
cannons that ignore damage resistance.
It was accepted, so it is implemented. That is what Jaffer sent for that.
Okay. That's pretty great. Okay. Let me roll something here. You guys can't see that, right?
I can't see anything.
Okay. There's nothing new in the roll chat. Just to be
Nope.
sure, it's been a tick. All right, so
All that I can see in World Chat is why children love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
oh my God. Anyways, Rosalia, you were specifically peeking over the railing and whatnot, right?
Well, not over. It's peeking through one of the scuppers.
Right. You have line of sight on the ship, correct?
Yes.
You see, like, literally half the ranks of the kobolds go flying off and screaming as they just fall into the water. And you're probably processing that these guys really aren't the threat, even if they're trying to be. Though you have gone ahead and made impact. They do seem to actually have one cannon on their ship. You guys did not take damage below, like I said before. Instead, probably some bone crunching was hurt a little bit. Maybe some of the bones might need to be repaired or something of the sort. At the very most.
So now we have to go kill a whale.
You had me at
some
kill.
some damage is absolutely going to be sustained from a ram.
Yeah, most
Yes.
definitely.
Yes. Hey, to be fair, Timbo is used to having ironclad ships.
Right. That is fair. And everybody who is above deck, go ahead and give me a perception check.
A quick thing though, when it comes to the and doing the initiatives, if and when this turns into a combat thing, does her being all lined up and ready to go count as a held action for the start of combat?
You may go ahead and treat it as such, though it really wouldn't count as surprise. I mean,
I'm not saying that would count as surprise. I'm just saying whether or not she would have first shot.
I think it would still come down to basically an initiative roll, unless you attack outright, like right now, before initiative is rolled.
Well, what I'm thinking about doing is, let me double check what the name of it is here. There it is, actions. I was going to cast Crown of Madness on whichever one appears to be operating the cannon.
Okay. You may go ahead and attempt to do so. And also, for Zim, whichever of your two characters is in the crow's nest, assuming they're still there, you're going to have advantage on this perception.
Oh wait, that's not it. How in the freak?
Perception for what is it exactly going on?
The visual perception.
Okay.
I can't remember which thing I'm supposed to click and drag on in order to cast it. I'm being stupid.
18 and 19, nice.
Usually it would be an enemy in the combat tracker, but I currently do not have them in there just yet. But go ahead and just click and drag it onto the main chat, and I will read its specs.
Yeah, when I do that, it's doing this stupid stuff.
Yeah,
Shield icon.
Oh yeah, click and drag the shield icon. There you go.
And Moriarty,
Yep.
the different NPCs that we have on the ship are the librarian, the goose,
Cobra chicken.
and the hellhound now.
And the dragon, right?
Yeah, and the dragon. The baby dragon.
Make use of this action before moving on each of its turns to Okay, so looks like it just he just generally starts. He would generally start attacking the other kobolds. Wisdom, DC 13. Go ahead and see what they roll. Okay, so you are casting this, correct?
I'm trying to
Rose.
cast it. I'm trying to
Okay.
cast it.
It does not seem to take root, unfortunately, as the kobolds are in fact lining up. The two of them, it seems, are needed to load in an actual cannonball into the cannon, and it is taking them the majority of what probably would be a turn to do so. But
Wait,
you
so
do
you're saying
not
that he
see that.
succeeded the wisdom saving throw, or?
Yeah, you do not see that crown of thorns pop up. That would be a telltale sign of a successful casting. So no, as far as you can tell, that it did not take hold.
And it still burns the spell, right?
Yes, it would.
Yes.
Attempting to cast a spell does in fact
Okay.
use a spell slot.
So that means he managed to make a wisdom save of 13.
It's
Yeah,
possible.
They rolled really
It's
well.
actually
I'll
not
say
that
that much.
hard to succeed on that. I'll be right back.
I mean, it should be harder for kobolds because I'm pretty sure kobolds have. Yeah.
That was my thinking, was that they've got crap for wisdom, so it should have been an easy dunk.
They do. Well, to be fair, your DC is 13, so at most they need to roll a 15.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible. It's just he rolled well.
He's focused.
Guard, Timber, and we will come back to Zim. But what are you guys doing as the boat is crashing into them? So many of them have flown off. It looks like they're loading a cannonball.
I believe that would be initiative.
Yeah, we can go ahead and roll initiative. Technically speaking, combat hasn't started yet, but yeah. Let's go ahead and get
Well, I mean,
initiatives on the board.
If
For-
Temple
just-
sees the cannon, that's probably the first thing he's going to go for. But you know, he's not a ranged combatant.
What I'm
My
going to
range-
do is going to grab a rope, wing over there, and try and steal the cannon.
What's no? Yeah, you probably have a decent enough strength score for that. Okay.
Yeah, he's a barbarian.
Will Gar go ahead and give me an acrobatics roll, and then after that acrobatics roll, we'll go ahead and start rolling initiative.
Temple doesn't have many ranged attacks, so he used his favorite ranged attack, which was, "I'm gonna ram them."
Throw me.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay. Yeah, Gar, that's good enough acrobatics that you use the rope, you fling yourself onto the enemy deck, and we are now at roll initiative. And also, before we start this, I'm pretty sure you guys got a long rest in there before the next fight.
Yep.
Actually, I don't think you guys technically had a long rest, but I'm pretty sure the goddess basically just rejuvenated you.
Okay.
Either way, we'll go ahead and refill your stats before we get into combat proper here. Rest. Long rest. Okay.
All right, so still at the scupper, and have they noticed that I'm there yet? Does it look like they know that Rose is there?
Not at all. Or if they do know you're there, they're more concerned with loading their only cannon.
Loading their only cannon and seeing the huge captain on the other side trying to ram their ship.
So they're loading a
Um,
cannon. That means there's gunpowder nearby it, right?
Should be, yeah.
There is gunpowder somewhere on the deck. You did see them pull over what looked to be like this weird little cloth bundle, and they shoved that down first. But that was a kind of quick and easy thing for them to do.
So there's a marshmallow in the cannon, is what you're saying.
There's a marshmallow in the cannon right now, and they got like one of them. Go ahead and give me another perception roll. Specifically Rosalia.
Damn it.
Okay. You saw that they got the marshmallow from somewhere, but you do not know exactly where they're stashing them.
Oh, I just had a horrible idea.
For some odd reason, it's not putting your initiatives in the combat tracker, so I'll just manually update those.
You did a long rest. It removes initiative.
Oh!
We collided, so that cannon's less than 30 feet away, right? Can you use Mage Hand to pull the marshmallow back out?
They are loading the cannonball itself in.
Yeah.
So you could. Okay, you guys.
Toshime's on fire today.
That's what he gets for donating.
Not me.
Then it was Rosalia. Rosalia was 17. Okay. And Moriarty had a roll as well. Where did his initiative go?
So yeah, my action here would be to attempt to interfere with the loading of the cannon using Mage Hand. Whether it's just like shoving to get the cannonball out of alignment, pulling the marshmallow out, whatever.
Or the
Okay,
fact
so,
that there's a floating hand.
Yeah.
Mage Hand can affect up to 10 pounds, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I will state at most you're able to sort of tug of war with the kobolds, but because of the weight of a giant ball of iron, you'll basically be delaying them for a turn, but you'll not be stopping them from loading it.
Delaying them a turn is all that I need. I'm just
Okay.
buying time for the party.
Just the idea of a ghostly hand fighting kobolds for a cannonball is hilarious.
Or, hey, think instead of Mage Hand, you had your unseen servant turn the cannon in the ship.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not out of tricks yet. This is just my opener.
This is just my opener.
Remember, the whole thing with the necromancer is you had to make it. You got to make it feel like they're not fighting you; they're fighting your ghostly minions.
Yeah.
Half of it is theatrics.
I'm perfectly
Yeah.
fine with smoking mirrors. So long as you don't mind the bull in the china shop that's gonna come.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be fun. All right, so can you guys see the enemies on the combat tracker?
No.
Okay,
Here's
Actually, one.
15.
okay. I forgot about the. Here, hold on. There we go.
There we go.
So, as Gar lands on the deck of the enemy ship, initiative has been rolled, and technically, Rosalia, your mage hand wouldn't take effect until your turn, but you're pretty early in the initiative, so I'm willing to basically have that as your action.
Yeah,
but
just
we
saying
start.
that was just saying that was the held action, or
Yeah, sure. We'll have that as your held action for your turn, because technically initiative started once Gar swung over. And it is Toshime's turn first. Toshime's the one that's in the crow's nest?
He's more just hanging on the mast, but yes.
Okay. I'd say that you're probably about 60 feet away then. Just for reference.
Perfect. So that marshmallow, is it in the cannon yet?
Yeah, as stated, it's already in the cannon, and the kobolds are trying to put the cannonball into the cannon. It's the cannonball is currently covering the front hole of the cannon, but they're having trouble pushing it down for the moment.
Yeah, there's just this ghostly hand wedged between it and the
Oh,
barrel.
okay.
Just squishing the fingers.
I need
Nope.
I need the cannonball to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Um,
What?
what are you casting? What are you doing?
Toshime is firing an energy beam of acid at it.
Okay. Roll your attack.
Like I said, it needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. It physically cannot. Go ahead and roll damage.
He's gonna cover the thing in acid.
Okay, as you hit the cannonball with acid, it begins to quickly shrink. And the two kobolds who were grasping it quickly drop it, so it quickly flumps out.
Goes through the floor.
It doesn't go through the floor. It more just starts to wither because the acid is kind of, acid
Turn
doesn't.
it
I don't
into
think
soup.
acid. I'm fairly certain acid doesn't really persist once it's started to corrode something.
Not that long, but it's enough
Yeah.
to stop them.
Yeah. So the cannonball becomes a much smaller cannonball that is on the floor that they no longer wish to hold.
And most likely, it definitely is not a perfect sphere anymore at all. Because more
Oh, yeah,
likely
it's,
the acid would, rivulets and stuff all across it. It would be, not so good.
It's all flat on one side because it's just melting into a puddle.
Is that the end of your turn? Or did you have anything else? Okay. Kobold 2 and Kobold 18 will both quickly skitter to a nearby barrel to fetch another cannonball. Rosalia, as we kind of already said, your main action for this turn was doing the mage hand, but we'll go ahead and give you a bonus action and movement if you want.
Well, I've got no reason to pull away from the scupper yet. So it's only bonus action, so I don't have enough time for another spell, do I?
Not unless it's a bonus action spell.
I don't think I have any bonus action spells. Let me double check. No, never mind. That's a full action. There's not a whole heck of a lot that I can do there. So, you know what? Yeah, I'll get my crossbow out. So I've got it ready if I need it.
And also,
I still cannot get
I
over
should-
this concept of you using a crossbow.
What?
Why?
It's a backup. It's a backup for when I run out of spells.
all mage
You have
characters should be proficient with
cantrips!
I have one offensive cantrip. That's Chill Touch.
Which
Also,
is a
some
ranged
cantrips-
spell.
Some cantrips just aren't as good as, conventional weapons.
Well, you really should have, firebolt, but
Yeah, but I'm going full necromancer here.
okay.
Either way, semantics for later. Moriarty takes his turn. He's going to rush up to the edge of the ship. And what stuff did Moriarty even have? I forget.
A rapier,
Moriarty's going to go ahead and cast a spell. Let's go ahead and give it a roll for that. And you notice that one of the kobolds who is running off to get cannonballs out of the barrel quickly runs into said barrel and then just kind of flops over. seeming to be affected by a spell. He cast blindness deafness on him. He's now Teshimi. Also, I should note, I did have you guys roll a perception check earlier, and I never gave the result of that, and I'm just realizing that now, so I'm done. Rosalia, from that perception check from earlier, you notice that there is also something else in the fog. You can't quite tell what it is, but you do see a glint at one point. And Toshime, more specifically, you see the shape of what is definitely a much larger ship that is sort of sailing alongside both the, your main galleon and this brigandine that's trying to, pirate you guys. And it does seem to be keeping a moderate distance, and it's kind of just there. It also notably doesn't seem to have sails.
Oh boy.
Okay.
And all that with a 9.
Oh no, he got a 23.
The perception was a 9.
Oh
No.
yeah, Gar doesn't see anything. Gar has no insight to this.
Okay.
Rosalia can just see that there's something there.
I think he's referring to the fact that, my character's name is Toshime.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
This gets very confusing.
The character.
It's great. I love it.
Sorry, Toshime. For all intents and purposes, you are currently Gar.
Oh, wow. All right then.
Oh wait, no, not Toshime. All right, but that's what that perception check did reveal earlier, just in case that alters any actions. There is something else there that doesn't seem to be really taking any action just yet.
Okay. Tashimi is going to do... Actually. How heavy is the cannonball?
Let me do some.
By like 6 pounds if it's a 6-pound gun.
It is.
Because that's what they used to call shot. It used to be called a 6-pound gun because it shot a 6-pound cannonball.
Yeah, this is it's actually 16 pound. This one specifically is a 16 pound.
No
That
wonder.
also makes
Oh,
sense.
so
It's
Mage Hand can't do anything with it.
Yeah.
Like I said, Mage Hand specifically was slowing them down, but it was not stopping them.
No, the way the spell is, it literally can't do it can't even slow it down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
can't-
I
it
mean,
can't-
it's a good
probably
thing
like
that you.
slapping.
It's a good thing that you cast acid on it before their turn started. Then, because
Yeah.
if that were the case, they would have loaded it. But yeah, it still works out.
Let's see. Do they have a bucket on their ship?
Very likely, yes. Go ahead and roll me perception.
I know.
Or
I know what's
anything
going on.
else that's loose? And
Yeah,
weighs
you can
less than
definitely
5
see
pounds.
buckets. You can see buckets. You can see ropes. You can see all sort of loose implements. You can see an iron tool that's basically a wrench that you think might just be like maybe 10 pounds.
Okay.
The top of the barrel.
There's all sorts of loose stuff. There's even a short sword. like 2 cutlasses that have been dropped by some of the kobolds that got just straight up smacked off.
Okay.
There's a few things that are definitely.
Which ones are closest to which ones were trying to load the cannonball?
The ones that were trying to load the
Which
cannonball
number?
have 2 and 18. 2 is blind, which I should add that effect.
Okay.
Uh,
Tashimi is going to do ballistic attack with one of the ropes, sending that rope flying directly at Cobalt 18. I'm guessing probably a bludgeoning damage for it.
Hit. Bless me. So I'm sorry.
no,
Say again
it's
specifically what you were doing.
He's grabbing one of the ropes, like one of the rope
Okay.
bundles or whatever on their ship, and launching it with his mind at Cobalt 18.
Okay.
I'm sure we still got the pin.
And you're just trying to smack them with the rope.
It's his spell. Well, his version
Right.
of a spell.
Right, and
But
you're
yes.
just trying to smack them with it. Okay.
I mean, there's a good chance. Realistically, I could definitely see it possibly getting tangled by it, but that is not part of the spell effect, so up to you on whether that would actually happen.
The rope is coiled, so it is a possibility. I probably would have given that to you if you had a crit.
I mean, I got a really good roll.
You
Zim, don't forget your temp-
did get a good roll. Here, what is the specifics of this spell exactly?
As an action, choose an object weighing up to 5 pounds within 150 feet that isn't being worn or carried by another creature. Make a ranged discipline attack roll against a creature within 90 feet that you can see. The object flies toward the creature, dealing 1d8 damage on a hit, or passing it harmlessly on a miss. The damage type is either bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, depending on the type of object thrown.
Okay. You said 5-pound object?
Up to 5 pounds.
Up to, okay.
And thank you for reminding me about my temp HP, Toshime.
So, I'm looking up hempen rope. I literally just decided to give it a look in the items, and apparently, according to the items listing, hemp rope is 10 pounds.
That is if that's a 50 feet of coiled rope.
How much is the 30 foot?
They don't have 30, but that would probably, if 50 feet is 10 pounds, then 30 feet would be a little bit over 5 pounds. So too heavy. But I specifically asked you for things that were up to 5 pounds. And you mentioned the rope.
I thought you were asking for 10 pounds. I'm sorry. I was thinking mage hand. Let me look at some things in just the general items. Like you said bucket before. A bucket is 2 pounds. I said that there were swords before. How much is like a short sword?
I'm just going to go with the bucket, make it easy.
Okay.
At the head.
A short sword is also 2 pounds.
Well, that's great and all, but, you know, blind it with the bucket if it goes on the head, that's okay with me too.
When
Not
this
much
turned into
damage.
Skyrim.
Minimum damage. I will go ahead and give you the option since you did roll so well. You can go ahead and choose to give them the blindness effect, but negate the damage.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So,
Tashimi picks up the bucket, turns it upside down, and drops it onto the cobalt. Well, slams it down on the cobalt's head.
Yeah, you get the handle nice and hooked under their jaw. So as they try to grab it and pull it off, they are having trouble, and they're just like, and you know they are also stuck trying to get a bucket off of their head. And Kobold 2 and Kobold 18 are definitely having trouble while trying to go and get the cannonball. Kobold 13 is going to specifically take note of Gar, and he is going to attack him. Let's see. They do have pack tactics. Yeah, it's within 5. The ally is incapacitated. So they do currently have pack tactics activated, which means they do get advantage on their attacks on Gar. Unless Gar, you have anything to counter that for any reason?
Nope.
All right, then. Who want to attack on? Whoop. Hello?
Hi.
Do I need to have you open? Attack? Don't know. Do the attack. I think I need to have their card open.
So yeah, it's not doing the attacks for you too.
I'm doing it from the DM side, so like I said, I'm a little rusty with certain aspects of it. Well, I can just go ahead and roll a d20. Oh, does that? Yeah, that rolls it. Let's go. Does a 21 hit Gar?
Yes.
Okay. That is damage.
Did you not roll on Gar? It would tell you.
I did roll on Gar. Oh yeah, it does.
It only shows DM side.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, but I'm
And-
just saying it would show Moriarty.
As the DM, I shouldn't be asking. All right, so that kobold, with the 2 kobolds that are near you, specifically 13 and 15, slinking around near you, one of them manages to jump up onto your arm and stabs a dagger. As the other one, attempts the same thing.
Hey, free dagger.
Are you gonna want
Nice
this back?
knife.
Okay. And the other one stabs you in the back of the shin for another 3 damage. So you've got one kobold that's essentially climbing on your arm, stabbing you there, and another one that is stabbing at the back of your shin. The one on your arm, of course, does not count as grappled or grappling.
Okay. Still heading to the cannon.
Are you ignoring them and walking over to the cannon?
Running.
Okay. That will evoke attacks of opportunity from the 2 kobolds again.
Oh, okay.
All right. Just to pop over here, I'll grab his thing. Pack tactic still active. Whoop. Attack number 1 on you. That's a hit again. They're doing really good. Pack tactic is helping out a lot though. And attack number 2. Whoop. Advantage. Attack number 2. Once again, pack tactics is just carrying these guys.
Yep, my AC is only 14.
Oh wow, then like they hardly even need pack tactics. But they get into a few more, just puncturing stabs as they well, they don't really keep pace. The one that was on your shoulder kind of falls off to sort of stick where he was. You do come into range of Kobold 12, who is readying a sling. And you have your bonus action and regular action left.
Am I able to grab the cannon?
You may attempt to lift up the cannon. Let me double check your strength score.
+4. That's an
You
18.
get a +4. Okay. You may go ahead and You may give me an athletics or strength check. It looks like you have the same for either the one though, so flat strength can go ahead.
$17.
Okay, you start to lift up the cannon. You realize this thing is incredibly heavy, and you definitely can move with it, though you'll probably be a bit slow moving with it. And go ahead and give me an intelligence saving throw real quick.
If nothing else, I can just spike it through the ground. Now that I
True.
know it's so heavy, that's what
Yep.
I'll do.
You're
Nice
just
cannon.
are you just throwing
Slam.
it overboard or into the deck or
Straight down to go through the deck, make a hole.
okay. Yeah, that's basically free. You just in turn just sort of sideways like lean one way or the other and just let gravity do the rest of the work, and the cannon kind of falls barrel down into the deck, just creating this massive hole. I'm just gonna go ahead and give a roll here. Okay, so while the cannon does definitely put a massive hole in the top deck, you can see through the hole down. It does not seem to pierce through the hull itself. So while the cannon is out of commission, it does not seem to be doing any damage that is sinking them currently.
That's fine. And free action rage.
All right.
And with the rage, sent all target Kobold 15. They have to attack me or have disadvantage.
Okay. Kobold 15 currently is not within range.
I thought that was the one that was still stuck to my shoulder. Or leg.
No, he dropped off your shoulder, but you are in range of Kobold 12.
Okay.
Though Kobold 12 is currently holding a ranged weapon. So I don't know if that affects it at all.
Nope, it just has to.
So Kobold 12 has to attack you?
Yep. Or be
Okay.
a disadvantage. But it's
All right.
probably already going to do that.
Yeah, and since you are at close range, he's going to drop his sling, pull out his dagger, and attack with that. Pack Tactics is not currently active. Let's go ahead and get that attack on you. And he wildly misses. And that's his turn. So we go over
Do you
to
need
Timber.
a fumble card?
No, it is not that much of a miss. He just rolled really low, but not critically low.
Alrighty. Let's see. How far away is Temple from the nearest kobold?
You are still at the helm, I assume?
Yep.
So the nearest kobold is probably going to be about 60 feet as well.
60 feet?
Probably about
All
60
right.
feet. Given the... I should note, your ships aren't stuck together anymore. There's probably a good 10 to 15 feet of space between each ship alone.
Alright. Does Temple have enough movement to make an attempt to jump over the ship?
You may try to do a rope swing with an acrobatics check.
Just as a
Acrobatics.
warning, you're the only one who can pilot our ship. If you
Yeah,
aren't
that is-
there, then it'll just drift off.
This is true. This is true.
You could also just choose to try to maneuver the boat back closer into them again.
Yeah, this is true.
Since you are at the helm, that would basically just be your action.
Can I throw a javelin and stay at the ship stay with the ship? Would that walk, or is that a no?
You definitely can, especially if your javelin, if you're throwing, makes that range.
Yeah, let me look at javelins. Let's see. Javelin is. It doesn't say range.
Uh, 30 to 120.
All right. So I guess I'd be throwing at disadvantage, correct?
I believe that's what the 120 is, correct?
120 would be its maximum range. Anything past 30 feet, it's disadvantage.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. So, yeah, you can go ahead and throw at disadvantage.
Tie a rope to it.
Yeah, you could try a rope too.
Yeah,
That
this
would
is true.
probably take a bonus action.
That would take an action though.
Yeah.
Temple will stay at the helm and try to yeet a javelin over at who's the closest kobold?
The closest kobold to you would probably be either 2 or 18.
Alright.
Both are currently blinded.
Blinded?
Yep.
Would that negate the disadvantage?
That's a good question. I'm going to go ahead and say no, simply because of the just the distance on this.
Alright,
Uh,
that's fine.
but between the distance and the fog and other stuff, I will say that the disadvantage currently sticks for this, even though normally it probably wouldn't.
Temple will yeet one javelin at Kobold 2, yelling for the Empress as loud as he can. Does it hit?
Wait, what?
Oh shit, that's a God
Yeah,
damn it.
you threw that at Toshime.
I'm sorry.
Ow.
Let me check there. That would have hit otherwise. So
That
go
would've
ahead and
hit
roll
otherwise.
damage on the kobold too.
You know,
Yeah,
you're trying to attack Toshime when he is so generous. Literally, the streams wouldn't exist without him. That's just rude of you, Timber.
I'm just doing this to make it target him.
Still a hit. You
Instead.
didn't roll with disadvantage, but still a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
I was just trying to get clear of the last damage dice. I mean I don't
It
know.
makes
if
zero
rolling
difference. Just
Yeah,
roll
Oh,
damage.
okay. I didn't.
It
know.
only matters if you had a crit.
All right. So a giant javelin hits Kobold number 2. God damn it! I don't know why it keeps dropping it on you. I'm so sorry.
Try moving your
Yeah, what-
cursor a little bit further down.
Yeah.
Kobold still hates you.
13 damage.
Yep. Okay. And that just straight up impales the kobold to the barrel that he was trying to fetch a cannonball out of. And he's straight up dead.
Timble turns his attention back to stealing the ship. And will end his turn.
Okay.
Timble's got an arm.
The hellhound barks, but because of the water, not really much that he can do. Puts it back to Toshime, the character. Played by Ascent.
Oh, I see. Fire beam at Cobalt 18. Did it succeed on its saving throw?
It failed. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yay! God, I cannot wait for level 5. How are we not level 5 yet?
That's
is
a
a
good
good
question,
question.
and not my fault.
You should fix it. We definitely should have. I feel like we definitely should have leveled up after the tower.
Yeah, you
That-
guys
That's
definitely
because
should
we
have.
didn't get any XP for these things.
Luke was doing a milestone system, which I'm okay with that.
Oh, yeah,
Except
They
when
don't
he
look-
doesn't.
It doesn't remember the level.
All right, well, since he didn't level you guys up, because I absolutely thought you guys were leveling up from the tower, we'll go ahead. You guys can take a level after today's session.
That works.
We'll go ahead and finish. We'll go ahead and finish out today's session first, just because we're already into it.
Yeah.
And you're fighting kobolds is probably not gonna. You're not gonna die from missing a level. All right, so that does hit Kobold 18, who takes it and flops against the barrel, still barely clinging to life. And it is now Rosalia's turn.
Alright, do I have clear line of sight to Cobalt 18?
Yes.
Yeah, one moment. Well, since Tashime and Toshime are so nitpicky about the crossbow, I'm going to use Chill Touch on it. Yeah, duration
I mean,
1 round.
Technically, as far as that goes, which in character they don't care. I'm just saying that out of character, you're not going to get extra attack. At most, you've got a light crossbow, which would do the same amount of damage. However, the Chill Touch has added effects. Granted, all it is just, they can't heal from it, which probably can't heal from... They probably don't have healing anyways. But there's also the simple fact that literally next level, your Chill Touch is going to do more damage.
Yeah. But what if we're in an anti-magic area? What if down the road we're like fighting a beholder or something?
Oh,
You
yeah.
literally have Gone
Save it.
Temple right there.
Yeah, save the crossbow for then, I suppose. But right now, you are a wizard. Use the spells.
You're a wizard, Rosalia.
Okay, she's not pure wizard. It's wizard and artificer. And it only
You are
takes to have
still a
back-
spellcaster. Use the spells.
And as far as the character goes, it always pays to have backups, to have a plan B.
This is true, especially at earlier levels.
It's a cowardly character who's faced death more times than she cares to admit.
Okay. I accept that. You can use what you want. I'm just saying you should have a higher intelligence than you do dex. Which means that you would have a better chance to hit with Chill Touch than you would with a crossbow.
I'm making
We don't always need to go for the optimal strategy.
the character build is built around being the character. It's not built around optimal stats.
Okay.
Rosalia, go ahead and take your turn.
Yeah, I'm double checking the stats on Chill Touch here.
All right, go ahead. Are you thinking of casting that instead of firing the crossbow?
Alright, so I should just be able to drop it on the kobold, and it's not doing the thing.
Is it what's the cast range out?
You click the magnifying
No, there it
glass.
I think.
There it goes.
Why do you have advantage? Oh, they're blind.
Yeah,
Ah.
that's why I targeted them. They're blind and injured.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead and roll damage.
And Rose, if you are cowardly and you have a crossbow, you can fire Tashime in your crossbow as an artificer.
No.
Marten launcher.
I mean, there you go. There's the justification. It's a Marten launcher.
That's literally not something you can do. Especially because
Good bottom
Rosalia
line
and
on the
Tashimi are the same size.
As DM, I'll allow.
They're not the same
Um,
size. Aren't the Martin smaller than her?
They are smaller, yes, but they are the same size category.
You have to have the
like
the Marten
dwarves.
willing. You have to have the Marten willing.
Or as an
Willing
artificer
participant.
may invent the thing to shoot him.
You're gonna have to make an unwieldy crossbow. Let's see. Moriarty is gonna go ahead. He's gonna give Gar a bardic inspiration as well. He's gonna go ahead and he's gonna cast Bane on one of the kobolds near Gar. Probably the one right in front of him. Go ahead and do that. Cast. Kobold does not succeed. Throw the effect on him. And pass turn for Moriarty.
Hey, Tashimi is going to command Gar to strike. Whichever kobold was right next to him, or within.
That would be Kobold 12, the one that's baned.
Okay. And
Gar, hit that one. Brutally murder it.
so the inspiration is to hit, or
Yes. It is to make an attack on Kobold 12.
Oh,
and
what
that's
he's
a plus
using?
what?
Wait, what?
The inspiration that Moriarty gave me.
That's just a
It's-
bardic inspiration. You can use it on any roll of your choosing as long as it's not a damage roll.
It's a +2, or
It's
It's a plus D6.
okay.
and you can roll first and then choose whether you use it or not before you know whether it hits or not.
You need to announce you're using it before the result is given, but you can use it on any D20 roll.
Okay, as I'm raging, I'll use Bone Crusher if you allow that.
What does Bone Crusher do?
When making a bite attack, you can choose to take disadvantage on the attack to specifically target an opponent's limbs. If you hit, you crunch through the bone, rendering the limb unusable.
Okay.
This can only be used on opponents your size, category, and lower.
I'm gonna throw out there, these kobolds don't have a lot of HP.
Going
You're
for the
probably
neck.
just you're okay. You know what? Fine. If you want to go for the neck with that, sure, I'll allow it.
That's just
If you-
brutal.
If you don't kill this kobold, you're going to make him a vegetable.
I mean, he will kill it. It won't be able to breathe.
Wait, that didn't go.
Yeah, that
Right
attacked
one.
the hellhound. Either way, that definitely hits.
Well, it's supposed to be a disadvantage for that.
That is true. It is disadvantage. Go ahead and reroll with disadvantage on Kobold 12.
Okay.
Damn. Okay. Man, that sucks. But yeah, you're still absolutely hitting Kobold 12. Go ahead and roll damage.
It's just if you hit you crunch through the bone, rendering the limb unusable. So I still roll damage on that.
Yeah, since you're going for the neck, I'm gonna go ahead and say you still roll damage.
So that would be...
Okay. Gar, as you bite and pull and rip, instead of just pulling this kobold's neck out, you're basically holding its now decapitated head by its neck in your mouth.
Yum. Scavenger trait. You see nothing wrong with feasting upon the corpses of your enemies.
And that kobold is absolutely dead. And Teshime,
Yep.
I do believe you still have a movement and potentially bonus action. Nope, okay.
I mean, I do still have those, but nothing really used for them, so...
Okay. Kobold 13. I gotta make a roll for him real quick. Give us. Okay. Kobold number 13 still moves up to attack. Because he's the only one near you. No pack tactics. Oh, that's how I did attacks before. Still hits, though. Still hits.
And this time since I have rage active, I have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Okay. Go ahead and heal yourself up about 2 points there then. So you should be at 21. Back here, I'll do it for you.
Okay.
And after he stabs you, from the lower deck, another kobold steps up. This kobold, notably, he's wearing like the whole piratey gear. Like the other kobolds were still wearing basically like kobold tatters and rags. This one's got the full pirate coat, the hat, the eye patch. He's probably the captain. And he steps up and he goes, "Ah! Where is everybody?" And then he whips out a basically just looks like a ball of fire. Well, not really a ball of fire. It looks like a little glass orb of fire. Definitely not the fireball from Sea of Thieves. And throws it at the galleon. And I'll just make a roll for that.
Phone turned off.
It hits, and I'm gonna make another roll. Okay. So he throws it, and Rosalia, you are Rosalia, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save. There you are. Oh no.
Alright, so as this kobold just yeets this little ball of fire at the ship, he rather luckily happens to land it in the area where Rosalia was kind of more or less sniping from. And that portion of the ship's is slowly catching fire. And Rosalia, you take a d4 of fire damage. Technically, that's an effect, so I think you take it on your turn. Where are you? There you are. Need to make this slightly bigger. There we go. And so, the effect of Alchemist Fire gets added to you. You don't roll a d4 of damage immediately when you take on the effect, do you?
Good sound effect for that.
Very good sound effect.
Right now, the D4 of damage, that's already locked in, right? Even if the fire gets extinguished.
That d4 of damage should take effect on your turn, I think. But there is specifically fire. You yourself have the fire effect added to you, as well as the current area around you is also on fire. So there are two things on fire. If you were just to pat out the fire on yourself, you're still sitting in the fire. So you would both need to both move and put yourself out. And you guys would probably want to put out the fire that's on the ship. So that's currently what's going on there. Because there's kind of like an area effect going on, as well as Rosalia, you are on fire. And that turns us to the next kobold, who joins Kobold 13, Pack Tactics active to attack Gar. Attack. Wow! This dude rolled double 4s. And absolutely misses. Guard, is your turn.
I thought you were gonna say and still hits.
No, he does. It's not that they're not that combatantly.
Ignore that. I was clicking on stuff.
Get frightened. Anyways, Gars, it is your turn, and these two kobolds you shook off have basically just stabbed the wood near your legs.
Well, 13 did hit me.
Oh yeah, 13 did hit you, you're right. But anyways, it's your turn.
And so it's 13, 15 down here.
13
Not
and 15,
the inventor.
13 and 15 are near you. The inventor is not near you. His initiative is just kind of in there. The inventor, if anything, was back by
Top side.
where 8 was. He's closer to where you first boarded, but you had to run basically to the right, towards the bow of the ship to get to the cannon. So you need to you need to move to the stern about 15 feet to be in range of the kobold inventor. But you could move and be within his range. It would take 2 attacks of opportunity from kobold 13 and 15, though.
Okay. I would like to grab 13 and throw him to the other ship.
Okay.
Rose needs bodies.
Rolls for the skull throw.
All right. Let's. What is the what are the rules for throwing another creature? I think first you'd need to make a
Grapple.
a contested grapple. And I don't think after you make the grapple, I don't think you'd be able to throw in the same
That
turn.
would be next turn.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, well, go ahead and give me your athletics check.
At advantage because he's waging.
Yep.
All right, if rage gives you advantage, go ahead and give me that roll with advantage. Okay, 15. The kobold can potentially...
If he tries his hardest.
Yep. Let's see how he does. Oh! He slithers and squirms, but you just manage to keep hold of him by his tail. You very nearly missed that, but you were just able to barely keep a hold of him and finally get a good grasp on him. Technically, you still have your bonus action and move left if you want to use those.
Yeah, I'll use the bonus action to throw.
Okay. I don't know if you can full throw with a bonus action. So here, I'm gonna have to do some quick research.
If not, he could probably just run to the edge so he can make the throw easier. Next
Throwing. To throw, you need to half your drag, push lift capacity. The attack roll will be made as if you throw an improvised weapon. Okay. Yeah. First grapple. Hold on. Is there a rules as written for this?
I want to throw the kobold. What are the rules?
Throwing a non-throwable or improvised weapon that doesn't resemble any normal weapon at someone normally does 1d4 damage, but if you throw someone like 60 feet in the air, then it becomes 66 falling damage. I'm not sure if I would implement falling damage. Anyways, I need a clear-cut, reasonable ruling for character to throw one enemy at another. Okay.
So strength or animal handling?
Well, it's definitely going to be. I think the fact that it would probably be an improvised weapon throw is probably at least somewhat accurate. So at the very least, you would need to make an attack, which would take a full action. So I don't think you can do that as a bonus action unless Rage gives you that.
Nope.
Okay.
Rage, I have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. When I make a melee weapon attack using strength, I gain a bonus to the damage roll that increases as I gain levels in Barbarian and the resistance.
Gotcha.
I think that's a next turn thing, honestly.
Yeah, it's one way or another. It's going to be next turn.
And the Guardians will be going after Kobold 15 then.
The what?
My Rage, Primal Guardian, Path Ancestral Guardian. 15 has to attack me or get disadvantage on whatever they do.
Okay, gotcha.
Dungeon Master, I have a quick question. Would cold damage put the fire out?
Would cold damage put the fire out? Give me a little more context.
Tempo has almost. What was you gonna say, Zim?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Tempo has Armor of Agathes. I was thinking probably if Tempo thinks that might work, to put Armor of Agathes on Roselia to cover her in ice.
Armor of Agathes. Let me read this real quick. Protective magical force surrounds you, manifesting a spectral frost that covers you and your gear. You gain 5d temporary hit points for the duration if the creature hits you with a melee attack. I would say because of the specifications on Armor of Agathes, yes, it would put the fire out. Though, if she doesn't move out of the fire, it would reignite her.
It wouldn't put out the fire on the ship, but
okay.
Yeah, it would put it out on Rosalia specifically to avoid her from taking damage.
Yeah, my other question was, would that cold damage from the fire put it out?
No. It would put out the fire on Rosalia, not on the ship.
Alright. Could Temple run down to Rosalia with his water skin and just start spewing it all over?
Yep. I'd say so.
So Temple will take his large water skin and run over to Rosalia, seeing that his ship and crew is on fire. The captain will not stand for this.
Gotcha.
Timble will yell at Moriarty to run to the wheel and hold it,
Okay.
and that will be Timble's turn.
All right. At the end of Silver's turn, you hear from beyond the fog, "Ready!" And it's Toshime's turn.
From beyond the fog.
Yeah.
Oof.
The other ship.
Guys, the other ship's
Yep.
gonna fire. At least that's what Toshime is assuming. Toshime himself is, let's see. That won't be useful right here. God, I've got a lot of very good utility abilities. How far of a jump is it to get onto Gar?
Toshime, because as far as I can tell, he has not moved from the mast. It is still about 60 feet.
Dungeon Master?
Yep.
Would Timble recognize this as potentially the other ship's gonna start firing at us?
Potentially.
Yeah.
You have heard the call out before, ready, aim, fire. So this is likely the first portion of that call.
Alright, Timble will, once he realizes what that is, could I use my free action to yell, "Get back on the ship"?
You may, yes, you can actually
Okay.
absolutely yell.
Yeah, Timble will request Timble will yell, "Everybody, back on the ship, now!"
Toshime is gonna stay where he is and throw an energy beam.
That is a fail. Go ahead and roll damage.
We're gonna do lightning this time.
Doing lightning damage? Okay.
Alright. That's it for Toshime.
Yep, that kills the kobold. As he twitches on the ground for a bit. Thank you. And very, very much falls over
Welcome.
dead.
I am happy that you're glad that I killed the kobold.
Sorry, I'm talking to someone off camera.
Wait, do you have your camera active?
Well, no. Just,
Off
I think you
stream.
know what I meant. Off stream, yes.
Oh, you're streaming as
Okay.
well.
Well, off your stream.
Oh.
Never mind, never mind.
Do not look behind the curtain.
All right, so at this point, two more kobolds. Oh, let me just do this. Two more kobolds quickly scurry up from below decks to join in the fray. Seeing as Gar is the only one currently on the ship, they currently go to rush him. Kobold 15 is still near Gar, so that would be pack tactics available for Kobold 3. So get advantage there. Not that he needs it. That is a hit, dangerously close to a critical, but not quite. And then the second kobold. Gar is now surrounded by three kobolds. Basically at the three cardinal directions. Whoop. Forgot to roll that with advantage. We'll just roll again. Doesn't matter though, he completely misses. Not enough to critical miss, but does a miss nonetheless, despite his pack tactics. And Rosalia, it is your turn.
Alright.
You take 2 fire damage at the start of your turn.
Was the fire snuffed to any effect?
No, well, actually, yes. The Timber's whole turn was spent splashing you with water, so you really shouldn't have that effect anymore. Let me remove that. And remove that damage.
Rose is going to stand up, glaring at the Kobold Inventor, and I'm going to just go, you, casting Crown of Madness again, this time at the Inventor, which will
Alright.
hopefully actually do something.
Go ahead and give me that save. See. And you see the crown start to form.
Now, it doesn't take effect until it's his turn, right?
Right, but he will be making a melee attack at a creature nearby him, which currently would be one of his fellow kobolds.
But yeah, it will Crown of Madness does specify one of... Make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose.
Alright, well then you can go ahead and choose the creature.
Oh, whichever one of the kobolds would be closest.
Probably 3, I think. Yeah, 3.
Alright. And if I have any movement left, I'm going to use that to get out of the fire. While maintaining prolonged eye contact.
Prolonged eye contact. Okay. Moriarty does what he's told. He goes up to the wheel, it takes his movement, and he uses his action to hold it steady as it was starting to do its own thing and start turning, so he keeps the ship steady. Tashame.
Tashmi is going to... well, Gar, are you going to be coming back to the ship?
Not able to. Rage.
I'm going to use coordinated movement to force Gar back onto the ship.
I'll get you as much as I.
There's 3 of them around me. I'll be taking attacks of opportunity.
No, you will not, because this is not an optional... You are being forced into this movement.
This is something we...
Yeah.
We've had this discussion before.
Yeah, technically by the by the rules, you know, movement that is not your choice does not provoke attacks of opportunity, so...
So
There
I have
is-
to do acrobatics.
Yeah, that's the only question is, can you force him to take that acrobatics check? Because that's the only...
It says following a path of your choice. So, I don't see why not. We'll leave that to you to decide as DM.
I'll go ahead, I'll allow. Gar, go ahead and make that acrobatics check.
I think you've got advantage because rage.
That's only straight, not dex.
Right.
Well, either way, Gar, you are able to make a nice leap back over and grab onto the rope ladder of the galleon.
So I have the rope ladder in one hand and a kobold in the other.
Yeah, you are still grappling a kobold.
There we go.
So that was a bonus action. Tashmi is going to go over and give Gar the Healy licks.
Gar,
And-
you are met on the rope ladder with kobold, Marten smooches.
Yeah.
That works.
Alright, and Kobold Inventor, as specified, moves over and makes a melee attack against Kobold number 3. Now here's an interesting question. Do pack tactics apply here?
No, because they're not friendly.
Fair enough.
that is a very. Oh, that is a glitch in the Matrix, isn't it?
Well, see, he's not friendly to Kobold 3 because he's attacking them. But Kobold 11 is kind of neutral in this situation because this is two kobolds attacking each other. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna
They're
say
not walking in coordination.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say no. They're not coordinated in this. This is a surprise.
Just a slap fight.
Yeah. Well, no, he's whipping out a dagger. He's straight up going to stab this boy.
Yeah, this is mind control. This is straight up mind control.
Yeah.
Well, to Timbo, this is just child's play.
So he goes ahead. He stabs Kobold 3 in the chest, and leaves the dagger in his chest. And Kobold 3 is just standing there screaming.
What the fuck,
Boss? What the hell?
No, it's more just like ah!
I love how it just cut him off.
Do I want me to roll the save on it again since it's the end of its turn?
Yeah, go ahead. And as his turn ends, you see the Crown of Madness go away. He's like, "Oh no, 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 no!" And that's the end of his turn.
Are they still mad at each other?
What's 15 gonna do?
The Kobold Inventor seems to be panicking, and the Kobold 3 just seems to be in immense pain. Kobold 15, who is the one you're grappling, is... He's gonna go ahead and just try to fucking stab you and try to get you to drop him.
Does he really want to end up in the water?
He's pretty sure you're going to kill him. So, probably better than you trying to kill him. So he does try to stab at you.
I'm fighting for my life.
And there's the attack. And he can't seem to, in the grapple that you have him in, get a good motion with his arm to stab you with his dagger. So to you, he's really just squirming around, trying to resist, but really doing a bad job of it. While holding a knife.
And I'm going to go up the ladder with him and ask him, do you want to join our crew?
And then he goes, "What?"
He's saying that very angrily. Do you want to join our crew?
Or more with the other kobold in my mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, you still have you still have the kobold head by the neck in your mouth.
Yeah, you're saying that and just guts from the kobold is guts and scales are just spraying out all over this one.
If that's not intimidation at advantage, I don't know what is.
What do you think? Intimidation?
Definitely.
And
I'm not even gonna roll. Even if he somehow rolls in that 20 and beats you, he's not stupid enough to say no to this. But he does definitely seem confused. He's sitting there like, okay.
We have better loot.
And like he stops fighting your grasp and just like lets his arms and legs hang there. He's like he's okay with this now. He's not sure how okay he is with it, but he's not fighting it anymore at least.
And I'll put him on the ship as I climb up.
And then he just kind of like glances between everyone and then starts to skitter off into what would be the captain's quarters.
Hey, look, he's finding the goose. Oh no.
Kobold gets killed by goose.
Jember, your turn?
Okay, Dungeon Master, everyone's on the ship, correct?
It seems that way, yeah.
Aim.
Yeah, condition of the file. Is there still a fire on the ship?
No, you put it out.
Okay, that is out. Timber will bolt over to where Moriarty is and literally shove him out of the way and say, everybody hold on, as he cranks the thing as hard to the right as he can. He's pulling away.
All right.
If the other ship is going to fire, he's trying to make his ship a smaller target just in case it passes through.
Do me a favor and go ahead and give me a strength check.
Okay. Would this be athletics?
Nope, just strength.
Strength, okay.
Moriarty is prone.
Sorry, Morty.
As you just like basically sidearm it, and he just goes. And you do at this point here aim, and you guys are starting to pull away from the other ship. It is now about 25 distance between the two ships, as the boat is slowly starting to turn its course away from the other boat. The kobolds on the ship really don't have any way to attack back, so if you guys want, we can either skip the round, or if you have any actions you want to do.
I have one I want to do.
Starting with Tosh.
I flip off the other boat.
Starting with Toshime, is there anything you want to do?
I got nothing in mind for Toshime, but for Toshime,
We'll just go down the initiative as per usual. Okay, well, yeah.
I'm just
heal, Rosalia.
Yeah, just gonna do a heal.
I am going to cast Chromatic Orb, Fire, at the one good sail on the other ship. Because
Okay.
whoever it is that's aiming that shot, that'll make an obvious target for him, which is
Okay.
away from us.
Give us a roll. All right, yeah, that definitely hits. Damage is not needed, as that sail just quickly lights on flame. Whatever material it was made out of, it was not a non-flammable material.
It went whoosh.
But to be
Uh,
fair, it's probably oil skin, which most sails are made out of. Keyword: oil skin. It's
Yeah, oil.
basically cotton with wax on it.
These are not basic sails. It literally looks like blankets, and maybe a shirt was in there. Like these sails were not sails. They were.
They had too much Cheeto dust. It just went up in flames.
Yeah, oil. Standard sails are made to withstand fire and rain and such, but yeah.
Well, you're pretty sure part of these sails were like cotton. These sails are cobbled together out of various different fabrics to literally only catch wind, and that is the only foresight that these kobolds had in making this sail.
Dungeon Master?
Gar?
It also
Well-
caught fire.
Yes, it did catch fire.
A steadfast supporter.
Gar, do you have anything before the end of the turn?
Kobold 15 would be first.
Kobold 15 already skittered into the captain's quarters. He's technically no longer in combat.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and remove him from the tracker.
And like Sea of Thieves, do we have harpoon gun or anything like that?
You do not have a harpoon gun on the ship, no. As much as I am basing this interaction a little bit off of Sea of Thieves, it is not one-to-one to Sea of Thieves, I'm afraid.
Are they still close enough for actual action against them?
They are at 25 feet range. So if you have something with a range of 25 feet, the kobolds are probably about 30 to 35 feet away specifically. But ship to ship, there is a 25 feet of water between the two.
Okay.
So if you have anything that can cover that range, you can go for it.
Grappling hook to Kobold Inventor.
Okay. I assume that's a improvised weapon throw?
Yep.
Go ahead and roll me that improvised weapon.
Let's
Gar
see.
apparently just wants to collect all the pets.
I have to keep doing attacks to keep up my rage.
You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later.
So that would be. I'll
Why
just
would
use
anybody
my
want
whip
something that's
for.
soft?
Those hard tacos are horrible.
They are crunchy. They are good.
See, I ordered hard tacos once, and they, like, when they're crunchy, it just makes a mess everywhere. And
That's
if
the
you
best
leave
part.
them, if you leave them for too long, they get soft, and then it's like this sort of I want to be crunchy, but I'm too soft to do it, and
Why
it's
would
like
you
this
leave them?
weird
Since this is
gaming.
improvised, is it just a strength?
Well, I hate
Yes,
looking
it
at
would
improvised
be.
weapon throws. Okay, it is just strength. So roll strength.
And with rage, I get advantage.
Roll it in chat.
I tried rolling it on the inventor and it wasn't going.
Yeah, it's basically just a strength check. Okay. You do hit the kobold inventor, and with a roll that good, I would say that you do successfully grapple him.
Yoink.
Heave ho, all together. Raise the anchor high.
Yeah, go ahead and give me another strength check. Because you basically have him grappled at a range, but he's still standing there. With a strength check and with your bonus action, you can give him a good heave, and he basically goes flying off of his deck and into the water between the ships.
And that's when I'll be dragging him back towards our ship.
Right.
Rose needs more bodies.
Rose needs more bodies.
Dead or alive, you work for me now.
Oh my god. All right. And finally, Timber's turn.
All right. Let's see. Crew members are on. We're moving, trying to present a smaller target. Where's Hellhound Friend?
Hellhound Friend is basically on the edge of the ship. Kind of, he's propped up on two hind legs with his two forward legs on the rail, and he's just barking at the other ship. But he
Yeah.
doesn't. Again, he's not doing anything because there's water all around.
Now, the other ship, the kobold ship or the miscellaneous?
By the way, Hellhound Friend's name is Razor.
Does Tippo know his name is now Hazel?
No, I'm just making a joke, but I assume Zim is going to try to name.
I
him
approve
Razor.
of that name.
But does Tippo know the dog's name?
I do not believe the dog has been necessarily given a name.
Alright.
So-
Tippo will yell out to Doggo, "Come here, boy!" as trying to get him, closer to him, just because they're taking weird maneuvers. He doesn't want to see him go overboard. Where's Moriarty?
Moriarty is standing just to your right. Also,
so
give me an animal handling check.
Okay. I thought he was prone, but he got back up, right?
Yeah, he got back up. He stood back up on his turn and dusted himself off.
Oh, okay. Because if he wasn't, Temple was going to step on his shark to make sure he doesn't slide off the ship. Yeah, but he's up there, animal handling. Skills, let's see. Temple's really good at this. Apparently.
Yeah, as you call out to the dog, he perks up. He takes note of you, and he begins trotting over to you, heading up those sort of stairs that go above the captain's quarters onto that back deck where the wheel is.
Alright, Temple will continue to steer the ship away from what he assumes is the target of what's going to happen, because it's all on file.
Yep, and the call for fire does occur, and at that point, you guys hear cannon fire, cannon fire, cannon fire, cannon fire, cannon fire, cannon fire, cannon fire,
And another
cannon
one.
fire.
And another one.
Just boom, 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 as a complete volley tears in to the Kobold Brigandine. One of the cannonballs probably hitting one of their powder kegs or something, as it gives off an explosion.
Perfect timing.
Good timing. And just within moments, the Kobold Brigandine is shredded. You even see it like starting to snap in half. No survivors whatsoever. At the point that the powder keg that was there explodes, the ship even lurches a little bit to the right, but because of Timber's active handling to pull the ship away, while it does make the ship lurch a bit, it's not so much that it will require a dexterity saving throw to stay standing. And just after this flurry of cannon fire and after this brigandine sinks, the other ship starts to pull in from the fog, and you notice that this is a ship built of iron with a very familiar symbol painted on the side of it. And of
Temple
course,
was correct. Temple was very correct.
It's the ghost ship. Oh no.
no, this is
Temple
not
was
the ghost
very
ship.
The
correct.
Marten Talkie and Talkie Network has arrived!
It's not that either. It is the emblem of Timber's glorious Imperium.
See, guys? I told you were real. I'm not crazy.
I never thought you were crazy. I just thought you were special.
I'm kind of.
Toshime is going to use the mental mind magic stuff to make the ship disappear from from Timber's ability to see it.
Why you gotta be so mean to him?
Why you gotta be so rude?
Wait,
So were we able
where did it go?
Were we able to successfully
Where did it go? No!
Were we able to successfully fish the kobold inventor out of the water?
Yeah, with after a minute of just pulling on the rope, you have the
Round rat.
kobold captain of sorts.
Well, while they're horsing around, I'm gonna go over to him. Just going to look him dead in the eyes, say, "Dead or alive, it's up to you. Either way, you will serve." And I'm going to cast Cause Fear.
All right.
Oh,
He's already afraid. You don't need to make him more afraid.
Hey, Roselia, I think you might like working for the Empress. I'm just saying.
And it looks like the kobold's about to say something, but then you hear, much louder through the fog, a voice call out, "Unidentified galleon! Identify yourselves!"
Toshime is sending out a mental message. Hello! I'm Toshime. And this is Tashimi.
congratulations, Tashime. You got us killed.
Well, Toshime, shut up! Just be quiet for what? For like more than 8 minutes.
But I'm not talking.
Don't. They have so many guns. The last thing you want to do is get the Empress's fury turned upon our ships.
Oh, so you want us to stop transmitting?
Temple will call out to the other ship as loud as he can. In the Empress's name, cease fire!
That's all they hear is. Very quietly.
Okay. What to say? I think that Zim is actively trying to get us killed right now.
We have ceased fire. Why do you fly our flag?
I am Temple Dor Jägermeister von Glorious Borkestan, Knight of the Empress. This ship belongs to the Imperium. I have commandeered it for a cause.
There's a long moment of silence. Before a new voice seems to speak up that goes, "Barkenberg!"
Yes?
I'm going to need you to board this vessel immediately.
Temple will comply.
Alright.
Toshime and Tashimi are going to just lift Timber up with their minds and send him over.
Can you lift over 500 pounds?
No, but I want to do that.
And after they get Timber on,
Yeah. Yeah, Temple will, as gracefully as this ship can, bring it back, so it can be boarded and stuff.
And as they go about the series of events that are required to basically park both these vessels, you see this iron boat is much longer than the galleon. In fact, it is, it's definitely a bit beyond any wooden ship you guys have ever seen. Very, very, whatever this Imperium is, it's definitely something special.
For the record, Tashimi is perching on Timber's shoulder.
Okay. And a gangplank is lowered between the two ships so that Timber can walk up.
Timber will look to his crew, smile, and says, "Do not worry, I got this." He turns around and he starts marching off.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'm just going to fire if they attack.
Do not. We may need to
Toshime?
restrain the Martens.
Toshime, no matter what happens, do not fire upon him until I give the order, okay? It doesn't matter what happens. Promise me that.
What if they try to kill us?
Temple will, he'll reach up and he'll grab the Marten, and he'll bring him up and go, buddy, just trust me.
Also, I'm Tashimi.
Also,
Tashime.
I'm the other one.
Yeah.
It's the Quantum Marten, whichever one you think it is, you're wrong.
Yeah. No matter what happens, I am captain of this crew. I will take care of us. All responsibility is on my shoulders right now. I don't halt the others.
No, I'm not gonna hurt the others.
Don't halt the others by trying to pick a fight with this ship. It never ends well.
I'm not looking to pick a fight.
Then don't fight anything here until I give you the order to, okay?
Okay.
Good boy. And Timber will give him. He'll take his finger and with his gauntlet, just his finger, and pat his head with his massive finger.
Bunk, 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 bunk.
For the record, Toshime is gonna climb down the mast. Or rather, he's just gonna jump off and into the water. He's switching his psychic focus to adaptive body, which means that he does not need to eat, breathe, or sleep. And he is going to position himself underneath the other ship in the water. And be ready.
He's going to what?
Toshime is positioning himself underneath the other ship in the water.
Okay.
He's basically becoming a death charge if the Imperium
look
tries
at me.
to do
I
anything.
am the sea mine now.
Yeah.
He is a sea mine. He can just shoot out acid all day long. Right at the underside of the ship.
Yeah, I know. I've used him to clean bones before. He's like a sprayer.
Well,
Don't remind me. Put him in the wheel.
yeah.
Blah.
You still got that gift. All right. Timber goes to report to his superiors.
Okay. So, as Timber does so, with Tashime on his shoulder, I believe.
Yes, he will take him.
Yeah, Tashimi is on his shoulders. If Timber tries to get Tashimi off, Tashimi goes to the small of Timber's back.
Yeah, Timber figured he was just gonna if he tried, he couldn't grab him. He'd just weasel around him.
Uh-huh.
So, you see that this ship is very much well manned. There are dozens upon dozens of these various woven soldiers, very much like Timber. In fact, they all have the helmet. In fact, Timber at one point had shared an exact posting of what the Navy individuals of the Woven Imperium look like. I'm not sure if we can share that on screen or not, or if at the very least we can put it on Discord in the tabletop images.
You can post it in
I'll
there,
post it on-
absolutely. You cannot post it in tabletop images, only
Oh.
DMs can.
All right.
So,
Oh yeah, I
For
was thinking
those,
media sharing.
No, put it into the tabletop image channel. Moriarty.
yeah, let me find where it is. Because it's back a ways, unless you can repost it in the Ascend to Ascend chat, Timber.
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to pull it up too.
Well, this is going on. Give him a moment to do that. Just looking back at the kobold. So, lizard man, have you chosen alive or dead?
He blinks at you. Do I at least get shinies?
Well, of course.
Okay, deal. And he gives 2 thumbs up. I want to be captain, though.
You can be the boson.
Toshime is just sending the absolute feeling of dread to this cobalt mine.
Actually, no, it's like, no, you know what? You are more than welcome to be the captain if you can beat him in an arm wrestling match. Pointing at Timber.
He blinks, but then nods a few times. Okay! Like he thinks he can.
Are you posting that
he's
image,
going to lose an
Moriarty?
arm.
I am looking for it still.
Ascent to
I'll just
Ascend
send it
has
to you.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
okay.
gonna lose
There
an
it is.
arm, isn't he?
One-armed kobold coming up.
Okay, tabletop image. Post.
I
and...
sent a DM to you.
Yep, I already found it. This is send to Ascend D&D.
I'll take care of the title. Just post the image.
Okay. Image is posted.
Thank you. For those watching the stream later, you can search for it by the title of today's stream.
So, as you can see, the sort of rifles they have, they're just small cannons with a bayonet.
Because Wolven.
Goes Wolven. But yeah, they all have either heavy or medium armor. And as you are taken to this superior, Timber, how much experience does Timber have in
Temple
the Navy?
in the Navy, Temple would probably be he'd probably be like the army equivalent to a specialist. Not quite a sergeant, but not quite a private either.
Does he understand the basic layout of a ship?
Yes.
Okay. You notice that you are not being taken up to the bridge of the ship, which is normally where you would find the captain, but instead down below decks, where, yeah, it's actually close to the brig, where they have a room, and inside this room, this metal room,
Dungeon
there.
Master? Quick
Yeah.
question. Does Temple recognize this ship?
This ship specifically?
Yeah.
How many ships has he been on?
Temple's been on a couple, but he doesn't know every ship, but maybe he might recognize like a main capital ship or something like that.
This is not a capital ship.
All right.
Yeah, just the chance that he happened to come across it during his travels. Since, they travel in fleets and all that.
Okay.
So basically, this huge ship is the small one. All right, Temple will continue to accept his fate.
Okay. Well, he's brought into this...
Temple. Well, as Temple goes down, he wasn't expecting a good fate. He just didn't want to let the party worry about him.
Well, you are taken to a room that is essentially next to the brig, and yeah, you're definitely getting probably not the vibe you would expect from like a hero's welcome, as you are brought into this room with a metal chair, a metal table, and then 2 metal chairs on the other side.
That doesn't really mean anything. It's woven. Everything is metal.
Yeah, This is specifically a non-ceremonious room.
This
This
is
room would
not
probably
this is not
Yeah.
the food armory.
yeah.
It's just the regular armory.
Yeah.
This is essentially akin to an interrogation room. Just with less weapons and implements of torture than what would usually be in the Wolven Armada. Anyways, as you walk in, you notice that immediately to your left and right, standing directly beside the door, are two of the Wolven Ballers. As well, sitting on the other side of the table is the only Wolven who is not fully clad in armor, who is instead wearing an officer's suit. Timber, you would recognize the insignia to be that of a like a lieutenant admiral, not quite an admiral. He's almost there, but like he's aspiring admiral.
Temple will give the proper salute.
And the admiral will seem to roll his eyes and give a salute back, almost seeming to not care for the pleasantries, as he gestures to the chair across from him and goes, "Take a seat."
Temple will take a seat.
He quickly eyes the Marten on your shoulder, and then like his eyes look at the Marten, then back to Timber, then back to the Marten. What is that thing?
This is. I hope I get it right. Temple says to himself, "This is Toshime. He has
No, I'm
assisted me."
Tashabi.
This is Tashime. He's got a weird name.
And Tashmi
is
is sitting as well. He went from, standing to sitting on Timber's shoulder.
He has assisted me in my quest to take the tower.
He slowly nods once, closing his eyes as he softly places his elbows onto the table and does that sort of thing where you have the 5 fingers out and he just touches the fingertips together.
Finger pyramid.
Yeah, the finger pyramid type thing. He goes,
For the record, by the way, I don't know if you're aware of this, Moriarty. The Martens only talk telepathically.
"Gotcha."
They're capable of actual speech, but they only talk telepathically.
Temple will think to himself, or at least try to think to Tashime, "Please be quiet."
Unless they are looking to be conscripted into the Imperium, they can go ahead back to their ship then.
Temple will turn to Tashime, and he'll reach up and grab him so he can actually he puts his arm up like a little table in front of him, and he puts Tashime on said table of his arm, just so they're more level. And Temple goes, "This is your one chance to leave. Wolven rarely give this chance. If you want to leave, this is the time to go."
We are not abandoning our captain. The two voices speak up in your mind simultaneously.
No, would that be open broadcast or just the Timber?
Open.
Temple will put him back on his shoulder, and Temple will say to the officer that they wish to
the
solve.
officer would have heard that, but...
Yeah.
Yep. That they wish to what?
They wish to solve.
Sorv?
Serve.
I can't say all. S-E-R-V-E.
They wish to serve the Imperium.
They wish to
Yes.
serve the Imperium.
No, they wish to be suave. They need little suits.
I heard Sarv, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, I can't say. I struggle with the letter all.
Wait, you're a pirate, but you struggle with R?
I am not a pirate. I am part of the Imperial Navy. As you can see, we obliterate pirates. Even if we can't say all, we can blow them in two.
Ah, it's envy. You're jealous that the pirates can say it and you can't.
That's why we shoot them even more.
Well, I'm not a recruitment officer. They're going to need to find someone else to conscript them, and you will not be going back with them. We required information on how you captured this tower. There are other towers that need capturing, after all.
Timble will tell the officer that this crew has special abilities, and they actually know how to get through these grand doors without cannons. It's a sight to behold.
Yeah, we just stuck the Marten in and then he started puking everywhere and then we were inside.
I'm so glad Roselia is not here to have the side talking right now, because I'm trying not to get my crew killed.
That's why I can
Um,
get away with the snark. It's purely
Yeah.
hypothetical.
I know.
Toshime is sending a private message to Timber. What does he mean you're not coming back with us?
Uh-oh.
Timble. Timble just
Yeah.
thinks, let me handle this. Under my leadership, I was able to conscript these little fuzzy noodle guys into weapons that the Imperium can use quite effectively. As you can see, Temple will like motion. He knows exactly where the tower is, but he knows they're all surrounded by metal. But as you can see, I have taken the tower. The doors are open for the Imperium, and it has our crest. Woven blood has been spilt inside said tower. It is ours. It is ours, as everything should be.
Yes, indeed, but I don't recall you being given authority to conscript people, especially with your lowly rank.
I was given orders to take that tower by any means necessary. I followed my orders.
I deem this necessary.
Like, yeah, Temple's totally outgunned here, but he's like,
Does anyone else smell testosterone burning?
he's being brave. And he's not backing down, even though he knows he is a dead man.
Oh, great. I'm glad that the smell of testosterone is overwhelming the smell of melting steel on the bottom of the ship.
Zim, no. Just cut down to the water. He's going full on freaking welder.
Arc welder under this.
Just slowly cutting a circle out of it.
Well, here's what's going to happen. You're going to give us a fully detailed report. And if necessary, we're going to have you report back to the Imperium. We're going to learn from these tactics, and we're going to start taking these towers so that all of us can break these towers down. Instead, one. He just gives you a slightly disgusted look up and down. General infantry.
Timber will reply. This infantryman has found a way to bust into those towers, and I can assure you that without this team under my leadership, it will not be done.
And what makes them so special?
Joke.
Timber, it goes into like a little monologue of Timber thinking. It's like his brain's fucking flying. It's going, it's like a little machine going choo 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 choo. Think.
Does anybody else smell
They-
bacon?
Yeah, it's just smoke.
It's that one brain cell he has. Things
Yeah,
start
it's
smell
just
beef.
yeah. They can solve puzzles.
Witchcraft. Burn them.
Are you to say that these towers are puzzles and not military encampments?
There are monsters to be slain inside said towers, but to get past the doors, no mighty cannon can defeat the door. I've seen the reports, I've tried it myself. But these conscripts, these brave few, I've seen them do it.
Toshime.
Toshime, if you are, I don't know, destroying Imperial property, I will hate you forever.
Just slowly puts the piece of ship back.
He starts welding it back together.
No, I wasn't doing anything.
I know they're trying to help, but I know how to wield them.
One Marten in each hand.
Don't tell them!
I'm not
still
there.
Need,
I'm still
we
on the ship.
Yeah,
we
I
still
know.
need to make the timber tank. A Marten on each shoulder and Rose on the back.
Gar is giving thanks to the ancestors on the ship.
The Empress has sent me and gave me these conscripts to lead into said towers. I would have not been able to if it wasn't her will.
Since we have a moment of downtime, that grappling hook is still on the ship, right?
Yes, I had to reel it back in.
I'm gonna go debris fishing. Got nothing better to do.
We've now gone into raft.
Yes.
Go ahead and give me a flat 20 roll on that, as well as an athletics check.
And don't forget, you still have to prep the kobold body that I brought aboard.
No, that kobold was still alive.
The one in my mouth that snapped its neck.
That's just a head.
That's another head for Rose anyway.
Fair enough.
Yeah, skull for the skull throw.
Rose, you get a single plank of wood.
And I will cherish it. It's a battle trophy. This is all that's
Hey,
left.
Rose, whatever you do, do not say skulls for the skull throne unless you want to be obliterated.
Blood for the blood god? Technically
So
not the same.
the wannabe admiral softly scowls at Timber's words, says, "These individuals are not part of the Imperium. How do we know they can be trusted? How do I know that they're not simply fooling you, making you think that you're controlling them when really they're controlling you?" He says as he glares at Tashimi.
It's a fair suspicion. Can't even fault
We
him on
are
that
loyal
one.
to our
Yeah.
captain. Thank you very much.
If these creatures were hostile to the Imperium, don't you think they would be
Perhaps
compelling
sizzling
compelling me to fight you, Saul?
Don't you think they
Or
would be
using you as a
sizzling a
distraction.
hole in the bottom of the ship?
Yeah, or
I-
using you
I-
as a distraction while they sabotage the shit.
Well, I personally don't take them to be suicidal. It's clear that your ship is not properly manned, nor do you have the firepower or manpower to defeat us.
I'm Wolven. It is my orders to speak only the truth, even if it means my death. And I have spoken nothing but the truth and answered your questions, Saul.
I don't disbelieve that you speak the truth. I disbelieve your perception of the truth.
Independent
nothing
fact
more than a
checkers have
foot
determined this
shoulder.
to be false.
You're nothing more than a foot soldier, and you know nothing of subterfuge. In fact, I really don't know what you do know.
It's not a whole lot.
I am a knight of the goddess Empress. I know heresy when I see it.
Are you calling this ship captain a heretic?
Temple would call him a heretic if he believed that to be so. But he is not.
The Timber is just saying that he knows heresy when he sees it.
Yes.
And you do not find any of the actions of these shipmates that you've taken to be anything heretical. Especially the fact that they do not
do not.
They are not part of the Imperium.
They are conscripted under me to solve the Empress.
And they would bleed and die for her.
Yes.
He
Prove it.
rubs his chin at that. And all right. Bring them all aboard.
Temple will nod.
I
Stand
will
up
see just how loyal they are.
as you wish. Temple stands up, marches out. And once he gets away from the
Tashamith blows a
officer.
raspberry at the officer on the way out. Not really. Just
Okay.
just mentally.
So you just think somebody farted in the room?
he sends a mental image of himself blowing a raspberry at the officer to Timber.
Temple is glad he is wearing a face mask. Temple will return to the crew.
Did Timber's fur just go white?
So how'd it
And
go?
well, it went better than expected.
Ready to set sail?
Not just yet. So, good news. You're not going to die yet. Even better news. Welcome to the Imperium. If you don't go down there and prove your loyalty, we're all gonna die.
Define prove loyalty.
Simple, we'll get in a little group huddle with him, and like take a knee so he's like down with everybody. He's like, all right. I am Wolven. I am not allowed to lie. That is my order. You're going to go down there and swear allegiance to the Empress. That you're willing to solve all. That's basically all you gotta do. And then I'll believe it to be true, and even if you gotta lie to me, I'm trying to save my friends, okay? I don't have any of those.
What do you mean? We're your friends, Captain.
Hold on, there we go. Okay, I took 4 emotional damage. Emotional damage!
Okay, so, the Empress, she's the best. You love her. Her name's Orzabot, and she's gonna destroy chaos. And hail the Empress. That's literally all you need to do. You don't.
Okay.
I mean it with all of my heart.
Okay, so praise the Empress. Her name is Marzipan. Don't go against the Empress.
Try that one more time, but more Orzabot and less heresy.
Arzaban? Is that what you said her name was?
You're cutting out.
Orzabot.
You're
Arzafart?
cutting out each time you say it.
Oh God, the Empress. Her name's the Empress. The goddess Empress. She is awesome. I'll write it down in no mic if it's not coming
No,
through
see,
good.
it's just you're not allowed to invoke the Empress's name. That's all that is.
Oh.
So I guess we're invading the other ship.
Are you all going back onto this naval vessel?
Temple will turn around and start marching back and wait for his crew to follow him.
Yeah, there's not much of a
He's swa-
choice here. We either do it or die, so...
Temple is trying to take responsibility for the entire crew, including the one underneath the water trying to cut holes into things. Come on, get up here. I know you're doing mystic magic bullshit. Get up here.
Do we
Uh,
do we
as
have
you
the
all-
other ship tied to us, or
there's
pretty sure.
there's a gangplank going between the two of them.
Okay.
Notably because of how close your ships are together, there really isn't a good cannon angle.
no? I was just making sure that we aren't going to start gliding away with nobody at our helm.
No, yeah, you guys
I'm
were
pretty sure
asked to
they
drop
like got
anchor.
chains and stuff.
You were asked to drop anchor, and both ships are fully parked. And you're
We
you're
put the
both-
parking brake on. Hold on a second. Timber will boop boop the snoot of the Marten, and then the whole boat just blinks. All right. Bleep bleep.
All right. Timber, and anyone else who wants to roll perception.
I'll have you know, Dungeon Master, Timber is very perceptive.
Perception based on what?
Sight.
Okay. I won't roll with Toshime because he's still, underwater. Unless he'd have a chance of seeing this as well.
He would.
Why, yes, Gar, that is a very fascinating mast.
All right. Yeah, very fascinating. It almost broke. Okay, so Timber and Rosalia, you're actually paying enough attention to take note that Moriarty ain't here.
That's Sly Fox.
Yeah, where the hell did he go? I didn't see him anywhere.
Well,
Don't worry.
At least
We
one of us
all
could-
know that he already praised the Empress.
Hmm.
Timber made sure of that.
yeah.
Just gonna,
Okay, let's go. Come on.
just gonna casually go over to the
Going
railing.
on.
Just gonna
Now
casually go over to the
here's-
railing and double check the water, make sure he's not floating somewhere face down.
He is not. Now, question: do you bring the kobolds on? Do you bring the hellhound on? And do you bring the librarian?
These are my crew members. The new
Well,
crew
Eh,
member
don't-
pets. The pets. We don't take the pets. No, we don't
Okay.
take the pets. Plus, the new one's a kobold. You know, he's just gonna run around and go, "Ooh, that's a cannon. I really want it." And then the Wolven Ballo's gonna be like,
The swabbies
Pick
need
it
to
up,
take care of the ship.
shove him into the cannon, and launch him into fucking orbit.
All right. Now I'm gonna do a DM thing here, and ask, are you sure?
Okay,
It's
we'll
up to
bring them
Timber.
with.
He's the captain.
Okay, fine. I will take
Because
I'll take all the animals. Please don't tell me we got a cascade of chickens coming out.
There's just a train of chickens
The
going
librarian,
out.
the chicken, the two kobolds, the dragon.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
I will state it's perfectly fine if you leave them, but understand there may or may not be consequences to doing so or to not doing so.
Well, I'll turn to the crew members, and I'll go. I don't believe bringing the pets, livestock would be a good idea, but if you desire to bring them,
The
because
intelligent
Timber
ones.
thinks Timber's asking the smart guys what they think because he thinks it's a bad idea to bring an entourage of animals into the officer who already thinks he's weirdo. You
The
know,
intelligent ones we should, like the kobolds, the librarian. The goose wouldn't be a good idea.
I think the hellhound might be intelligent.
I stole that one from a false god.
Let me check
Alright,
the
so-
hellhounds page.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up too.
The
Also,
hellhound.
somebody is.
Beeping.
Well, no, somebody's breathing into their mic. So hellhounds have an intelligence of 6, so they can understand a language.
They can, yeah. So he is. It's semi-sentient, basically.
Well, they're fully sentient. They just aren't exactly bright.
So yes, we should bring the hellhound.
Yeah.
And the dragon.
I suppose Toshime will climb back onto the ship and go with.
It sounds so defeated.
Joke.
Toshime, I appreciate your willingness to help, but not right now. Okay, so Toshime, did you happen to see? This is before they go onto the ship and stuff. Have you seen Moriarty?
No.
Has anyone?
Nope.
All right. So I have 1, 2, 3. Oh no, I can't count. How many crew members do we got? Surely the officer can count.
One of the shipmen just slowly nods.
It didn't teach me more than 8 in Paladin school because that's how many fingers I got. I can count higher, but then I have to take my boots off, and you know how hard those are.
So we have Librarian, the 2 kobolds, the dragon, Toshime and Tashime, Rose, Gar, and Timber. Am I forgetting anybody else?
Hellhound.
Hellhound, so that's 10. We're not taking the chickens, the goose, the miscellaneous skulls.
But you're taking all of those too?
No, these are what we're not taking.
Okay, start over again. Sorry.
The ones we're not taking are the goose, the chickens, the chicken room,
Right.
the miscellaneous skulls. Right, Rose?
Rosalia.
The unseen servant.
Well, that can be summoned.
She always has that with her, though, because it's her dad.
She
Right.
cannot.
Yeah, it's only around for
limited.
an hour.
Yeah.
Tanya, you
All
there?
right, Dungeon Master.
Tanya!
Yeah, it seems like one of us is not here right now.
Yep.
I mean, Olwen likes skulls.
Well, they're back.
That was me moving them around.
Yeah, it must be something with their mic.
I was moving Tanya around, seeing if that would get attention.
Oh, gotcha. Timber, go ahead and speak.
All right. I mean, probably not a good idea to show up with a bunch of skulls on a Navy ship.
Probably not.
Just saying. And I will
So-
gladly replace any skull that is now missing. For whatever reason.
Okay, so
If
you're bringing
something
the
bad
kobolds. You're bringing the kobolds. You're just not bringing the goose and the chickens, essentially.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right, you'll get aboard the Woven Navy ship, and much like before, your your group is sort of marched down to the same general area, and they ask Timber to go inside. And he's going to be speaking with the Lieutenant Admiral again.
Temple will march inside.
And I'll apologize for all the blood that I'm tracking in.
And the door is shut behind Timber.
Tashimi was still on Timber's shoulder.
Right, and that's fine.
Okay.
And he's boasting a rather large smile. He seems very pleased that there has been no form of, struggle or anything of the like so far. It's like, very good. You're already starting to impress me. What we're going to do is we're going to start with a series of questions. We're simply just going to make sure that everything lines up with everything they said and everything you said, Timber. For the meantime, we really don't have the space to put them anywhere else, so we're going to be giving them the brig for now, just temporarily, of course.
For the record, the Martens are maintaining a mental link with everybody. So what everybody says, everybody else will hear in their minds.
Okay. Good to know. So we're going to be placing you and your friends in the brig for now until we figure out some form of sleeping situation for you all. And we'll be bringing them in one by one, asking them questions and making sure that everything lines up and that you're telling the truth. And that they are, more importantly, telling the truth. Understood?
Understood.
I'll go let you tell them, since they seem to follow you, he says, casually waving off a hand.
Tashimi is going to whisper to Timber in his head. By the way, you might want to mention that the kobolds are kind of captives that we are conscripting. Like, we literally just acquired them.
Now, about the crew, we have captured 2 kobolds. We were battling them before the glorious Imperium showed up and obliterated their ship.
Oh, so they didn't help you at all?
Their loyalty is unknown.
Well, we can't have that. We can simply have them
But
executed.
they will serve or they will die. Tashmi is just sending that to Timber in his head, suggesting that he say that.
They will solve. Either on the firing line or on the line. They will solve.
Maybe we'll find some use for 2 more hands, but I highly doubt that kobolds will be much use for anything. They are a disgusting set of creatures, truly. He says with a clear disgusted look on his face. Like he clearly doesn't enjoy the idea of entertaining, keeping kobolds around. Anyways, I will leave you to go discuss with your friends, and I will have someone down here, a proper inquisitor, to go through the questioning process. He says with a little too much of a smile. And then he stands up, opens the door, and makes his way out. And as he does, you notice that those 2 armed guards that were in the room follow him out. So they weren't really guarding this room, but more they were just armed guards for this Lieutenant Admiral.
Makes sense. Temple will go to this crew. And go kind of, whisper to him. I've never been so happy and so dreadful. I'm on a roller coaster of emotions right now. I mean, I'm really happy that I finally get to meet an Inquisitor face to face. I'm so happy I got to see the Navy again. I'm so happy to be with leading a glorious crusade. Even if he doesn't think we're so glorious, I'll gladly prove him wrong. But I feel like I'm treading too hard on you guys.
At that point, one of the Imperial Ballers who was standing nearby, rifle slung over his shoulder, steps up and gives Timber a nice hard pat on the shoulder. He goes, "I'm sure it'll be fine. With what you did, you probably get a hero's welcome. Now then, yeah, I've been ordered to take you all to the brig."
Good, we'll follow orders.
Good.
And internally, Timber was like, "Good, we'll follow orders." There's the Martens can see the worry Temple has. He's very conflicted.
Is his tail tucking between his legs?
No, because it's covered in chainmail.
But fair enough.
Probably would.
So does everyone continue into the brig with just like that?
I mean, the Marten twins aren't very worried about being trapped anywhere because acid.
The living blowtorches?
Yeah.
And yeah, why are we going to the brig? Sorry, I actually did almost pass out there. I'm way past in bed right now.
The Wolven are basically they're gonna make sure that Timber's not lying. And you better say the lines are the same. Timber's trying to save his friends, but not betray the Imperium. And he's really
Timber's walking a
conflicted.
tightrope.
And
Also
by
because-
golly, I'm very heavy, and dexterity is my dump stat. There's a reason why we're a heavy plate.
Also, I should state out, because everything was telegraphed from the Martens to everyone else, the Lieutenant Admiral claimed that you're all going to the brig because there's really no other place to put you.
Yeah, it sounds about right for a Wolven ship. The only free deck they have is the brig.
It's better than the firing line.
My question
It's better
is,
than getting murdered!
my question is, why couldn't they hold us on our own ship?
That is a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't the whole Imperium thing, conquering foreign lands? Well, that boat's foreign land, ain't it?
It's not
Exert
really
your
allowed.
will
Well,
there.
They're probably doing Inquisitor stuff like, ruffling through all our stuff.
Come back to
Finding
Four
all
Corpses
you can
and-
eat chicken dinner.
Yeah, we're gonna come back to Four Corpses in the captain's quarters, and the goose just in the middle.
Timber, Timber, please tell me that you let them know that if they take out too many chickens from the chicken room, that they'll automatically be attacked.
Honestly, they might really like that.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's the thing.
Well, the thing is, they get attacked by chickens. So what they do is they just keep fighting chickens until they're all tired.
No, it keeps putting out chickens
Yeah,
until
that's
they're
what I'm
dead.
saying. Well, maybe they close the door.
You may want to let
No.
them know, just in case.
Anyways,
How
is
will I
there-
explain that?
The chicken room is trapped to summon more chickens.
All right, when the Inquisitor gets here, I'm gonna tell him that that room, when we got the ship, was there. All right. We just opened the door one day, and chickens keep coming out, and we don't know why.
So, do you all head into the brig?
Oh
We
yeah,
have to.
like the Admiral said.
Yeah.
All right, so you all head into the brig, and well, they lock you in, and the guard just stands post, and a bit of time starts to go by. It's probably about an hour.
If we have a guard, I'll let them know about the chicken room.
The guard kind of looks back at you, blinks a
mean
few
chicken
times, then just kind of goes back to standing at attention. Like he doesn't seem to really know what to do with this information.
It'll put out more than 8 chickens.
Fortunate that
Well,
if it was
the
9
Inquisitor
chickens,
can
we'd be
probably
in trouble.
the Inquisitor can count.
Moriarty, were you
Officers
told about
can
the chicken
count.
room by the last DM?
I recall the chicken room having existed. I need to get the full rules on that. I'm still pressing the last DM on a few rule sets for things, but if you guys have the rule sets for the chicken door, that'd be great.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
it
basically-
was to feed the dragon so that it didn't eat
Right.
through all our supplies.
I do also
but
need to
if
know
you-
about this dragon.
It's a baby dragon. It is Toshime and Tashimi's son.
Oh. I didn't know they did that.
Well, no, it's more they found the egg, and so it considers them.
Oh, adopted son. Okay.
Yeah.
Adopted, yes.
Yes, influence.
Yeah, it was influence. It's a gold dragon, just hatched. Pretty effective overall, but needs to grow up more. I believe it was meant to grow faster and then slow down eventually on growth.
And the chicken door, to be secure, you can only pull out 8 chickens per day. And if you try to pull out more, there's going to be double to attack you every single time. Just like cuckoos in Legend of Zelda. They'll be flying attacking.
Okay.
Each turn, they'll keep flying out and attacking you.
So no more than 8 chickens, and those chickens were meant to feed the dragon. Gotcha. Well, about an hour goes by. You tell the guard about the chicken. And a wolf in these rather drapey robes and a sort of leathery mask comes by, opens the lock on the gate, and just gestures for one of you to follow. He doesn't say a word.
Tashimi will go.
Okay, so Tashime, you are taken from the room, and the door is closed and locked up once again, and you are led back into the interrogation room.
May the Empress protect us from
Anarchy!
whatever bullshit Danger Weasel's gonna do.
And he sits down on the one chair and then gestures for you to sit across from him.
Tashimi will probably sit on the table because I don't think that he'll be able to see over the table otherwise.
Yeah, Dungeon Master, these are chairs for Wolvins, and he's tiny, and I mean everyone will
Well,
be
he's
small,
small, but very low end of small size.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying,
Wolven are
regular
large
sized people.
size.
I
Yeah.
assume that if he were to hop up into it, he could potentially stand in it and be like sitting size.
Barely over the table.
Yeah.
It's the meme.
The
The
cat.
cat meme. The
Yeah.
cat meme with the gold pointing at the cat.
Yeah, that one.
Why are you heresy? I know what heresy is.
Oh, I actually have a Marten version of that.
Oh goodness.
I just gotta go find it.
I've been trying, but I actually cannot stay awake any longer.
Wake up!
No.
Did that help?
It's currently 7 p.m. Usually I'm in bed before 3.
Wow. Okay. Is this about normally the time we end, anyways?
No, we normally go another hour.
Can you make it another hour time?
Caddy already had to nudge me a couple times because I nodded off.
Have you tried electromagnetic therapy?
No.
Maybe Rose goes first, and then when she's done with her thing, we could finish everyone
Okay.
else's.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right, Rose goes first. Rose, you sit down at the table across from the
There you guys go, by
interrogator.
the way. I brought it up on stream.
And the interrogator is going to go through questioning you.
And I'll
What
put
was
it
the
in the
tower
Marten's
like?
channel on the Discord.
Very nice, thank you. He's going to go through questioning you. What was the tower like? How did you get in? This, that, the other thing. And I assume you answer somewhat honestly.
Yeah, but when it comes to the puzzles, I make sure to emphasize the logic parts of them that were required. Because the only frame of reference that Rose has here is Timber for, Wolven. And he really struggles with the puzzles and such. So she's emphasizing that as the thing that allowed them to get through those problems.
Okay, roll perception.
You telling me we can't just kill everything?
Man. Ugh.
Do we have a community reroll or advantage? Have we got one of those
We
yet today?
do not.
Not on this game.
If it's sound based, then I get advantage anyways.
Okay, it is sound based. Go ahead and take that advantage.
Just roll a second dice or re-roll entirely.
I'll go ahead and give you a reroll entirely. I'll be nice.
You really want me to succeed this, don't you?
Well, you've got a +5. I don't know why the +5 didn't go through. So that would be enough to pass. And
I rolled
Rosalia.
I rolled a straight 20 on the second one. That's why I screwed that up.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways. No, you rolled advantage. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Well, either way, you've got a +5. I know you get a +5. And as you are talking with this guy, you're not sure where you're hearing it from. If it's just a thin ceiling, or if something's echoing through the pipes. But you're pretty sure you can hear that Admiral guy speaking. And as you can hear the Admiral guy speaking, the Inquisitor doesn't seem to take much notice, as he's more focused on you and the questions that you're going through. But as you hear him speaking, you make out the phrase, "Of course I'm not going to let them go. It would be an embarrassment. I'm going to find out what they know, and then I'm going to blow that ship to smithereens."
Which,
I
for
knew
the
I'll remember this.
for the record, we're still all connected. Mentally.
Right,
and I
but,
did want to
it's-
say this earlier, but is there a bed in the brig that they put us in?
Yeah, there are several, of those chain hanging platform type beds, but they don't really have cushions. It's literally just like a metal slab that is supposed to function as a bed, but as far as you could tell, it might as well be a bench.
Okay. Could
All the back
Toshime-
support you could ever ask for.
Could Toshime go underneath and start making a hole for himself?
So we're going through each of the different rooms one by one. And he's asking what happened, right?
He's starting with you, yes.
So
They're asking specifically. This Inquisitor is asking literally as many details as he can. Like, how did you get in? What happened first? He's trying to get like an entire transcript from it.
Well, we get to the what happened at the end of the tower. Just gonna lean in a little bit and say that is when the entity, it referred to itself as a goddess, whether or not it actually is one is open to interpretation, specifically said that the tower is to belong to the Empress so long as Timber works alongside us to recover the rest of them, to conquer the rest of them. I'm not sure what actions this entity can take, nor what actions it would take, but it's not the kind of thing that I would enjoy angering. So I intend to go along with its intention, since that seems to coincide with the Empress's request.
Seems to be just taking down notes on a scroll and quill. It's a very oversized feather quill. So Toshime, go ahead and give me a stealth check for this.
With advantage because of where he's at and his size and stuff.
Probably. Well, okay. So there's probably two walls you could be doing this on. There's the outer wall. The problem is the outer wall has more direct line of sight, and then there's the inner wall. But the thing is, the inner wall probably leads back into the ship, and from there you would try.
He's going through the floor.
He's going direct. He's going through the floor.
Yes.
Okay, then. Yeah, you can probably find a spot on the floor, of which you can start to acid into. I'm gonna roll a d20 real quick because things. Okay. So yeah, you can start burning a hole in the floor. Go ahead and give me a stealth check with advantage because there's no line of sight. Okay, yeah. You start very slowly and methodically start burning an acidic hole into the corner of the of the cell. Timber, roll me an intelligence check.
Oh, goody.
Well, actually,
the one I got a debuff in.
I guess first thing I suppose I should ask is, and don't worry if I do have you roll this, it's going to be a lower DC for you. But are you letting the rest of the party be aware that you are doing this?
Yes, Toshime is letting the party know that he's doing this. He's not hiding it from them.
Okay.
But we all heard about them planning to blow up our ship, so.
That's correct.
You've got a pair of giant ears plugged into the network.
Yep.
Yes. But
So, Timber, go ahead and give me an intelligence saving throw.
all right.
Oh no.
Or just an intelligence check. Whichever's higher for you.
They're both -1.
Give me a roll. Okay, that's high enough. Like I said, the DC is significantly lower from you. Timber.
Yes.
As he starts to do this, you realize, hey, below us should probably be the mess hall.
Temple will go over to his little burrowing weasel friend and tell him, "You're going to fall into the belly of the beast if you do that."
Gonna fall in the soup.
Why are you going over when you can think it and not rouse suspicion?
Because Timber's not
Oh.
thinking that far ahead.
Because Timber is not smart.
I keep
I
forgetting that I
imagine-
can talk in my mind.
I
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah,
imagine
Timber
that
goes
thought.
around.
I imagine that Timber being connected, every single thing that he thinks about doing. Like, for most people, that's not even noticeable, but for Timber, it just blares across the connection, like every single
The
action.
mega mouthphone.
He
Like Tim
probably-
was stuck on like 11.
We're probably even hearing him saying, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe.
Can somebody just mute Timber on the psychic network? He's got some serious microphone feedback going on right now.
But Toshime will kind of send back, don't come over here. Just, okay, I'll go elsewhere. And Toshime will find a different spot to melt a hole through. That is
Toshime-
not in line of sight. Preferably the outer wall, but I guess that would be, Actually,
So,
Timber, come sit over here.
I appreciate your willingness to continue our mission, but I have a feeling.
I'm gonna roll a few more
I have-
things.
I have faith that this Inquisitor is our ticket out of here.
Also, I am
So-
curious.
Go ahead.
How wide are the bars on this brig?
Honestly,
Um,
I think the Waltons can just easily just walk out if they wanted
Oh yeah,
to.
no, the Martens could easily run out, if they wanted to. Well, there's the thing. If they're technically considered a medium-sized creature, they'd probably be too big.
No, they are small, but very low end of small.
Right, but like that's kind of the thing is if you're not technically considered a small-sized creature, I would personally rule because you are not considered a small-sized creature, you would not fit between the bars.
What?
But because I don't know any other medium-sized creature that could fit through the bars of the cell.
They are not medium.
So they're considered a small-sized creature.
That's what I said.
Okay, I thought they were considered a medium-sized creature because
No.
you said like one would be like the same size as
Yeah,
Rosalia. Or is...
Yeah, both the Martens and Rose are considered to be small-sized creatures.
Oh dang, okay.
Yeah, Rose is like right at the top edge of small size.
Okay.
Whereas
just
the
love how the
Martens
wolf-
are right at the bottom edge of small size category.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm
Whoa.
sorry, Timber, but
Yeah.
after hearing what the captain was saying, Gar has a different idea.
The lieutenant.
Will now be offered to the blood god. Blood for 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 the blood god.
All right. So
I am your captain. You
can
will listen to me. I believe our best route is not to raise anger from the Imperium. I believe if we can convince Inquisitor that we can do this, because the Inquisition it can outrank that officer of this ship. That is our best plan of attack.
All right.
I will throw out some information that you do know, Timber. If the little one, Toshime, the character, not the player, if Toshime, the character, were to go for the outer wall, he would end up on the sort of outer deck of the ship, which is usually quite decently patrolled. He would likely be spotted fairly quickly, but would have a rather quick access to just jumping overboard. If he were to melt the sort of northmost wall from where the door is, that would lead into a supply closet, which he could also fairly easily get out of, and then he's also on the deck. And if he were to go for the east wall, just to the side of the cell door, he would get into a he would get into an armory. The armory mainly just has rifles and ammunition, not really anything helpful, but still weapons. So, depending on which wall he goes into, those are basically the options for the holes that he could create. He could also potentially create a hole in the ceiling, though you're not really entirely certain what would go up there. You think it might be the officers' quarters.
All right. And I'm trying to get us out of this thing without breaking my oath.
Right. I'm aware. I'm just giving you that piece of information because I decided to roll some things. Because I did roll to see what would be below the wall, and that was the mess hall. I decided to roll a few other things to kind of also gauge what the other walls would be, just in case he started going against the other walls, that you would know what's there. And,
Let nobody say that Timble took the easy oath.
Yeah. The north wall and the east wall that go into the closet and the armory could easily be done with an advantage stealth check because they do not have. You're able to burn a hole in that wall without line of sight on the door. However, the one leading directly outside would be done with disadvantage because there is line of sight with the door, and I don't think that there's really enough shadow and shade from like underneath these, like held up by chain slabs that would provide enough cover to warrant stealth with advantage. Not unless like Timber did a smoldering lay down and provided you half cover.
Toshime's main goal here is sink the ship.
That is not viable from this location.
Okay.
And you would have... Yeah. Timber would know that there's at least 3 more decks down you need to go just to get to the bottom.
But if I can go outside and get into the water, I can do it from below the ship.
Correct.
Because neither of them need to eat, sleep, or breathe, so...
So,
Do you let Timble know that that's your plan?
Timber will say that that is what they want to do, yes.
Timber will say that. Yeah. Well, I guess we're now Timber and Timber.
What?
I mean,
you said Timber would say that.
Yeah.
Toshime will say that to Timber in his head.
Timble will say, if you wish to do that, I will go down with this ship.
So,
okay, we won't do it.
So the interrogation thing.
Yep.
Now I'm starting to blank on it. Damn it! Had a whole thing lined up that I was gonna say, and now I can't freaking remember it. I was waiting for an opening, but it never came.
Well, he's going to proceed to question you about how exactly the puzzles worked.
Well, yeah, that we went over and be described to the best of our ability, and would emphasize that puzzle solving was the key.
Puzzle solving was the key. Timber wasn't necessarily best at it. You mentioned an entity who might be angered if Timber didn't sail with us or something.
Oh,
That
yeah,
hardly made the individual in the mask flinch even remotely.
it wasn't intended to. It was just meant to underline that whatever other creatures have pieces on the field, they have an investment in Timber now. But yeah, I remember what the thing was now. It's like I wouldn't be foolish enough to try to lie to you. It's evident that my primary loyalty is to Hades, not the Empress. However, I do have a secondary loyalty to Timber, and he is completely faithful to the Empress. And for the time being, her goals align perfectly with my own. So, those are the goals that I will serve.
And this hooded figure simply goes, very interesting, as he's still penning your words down, presumably transcribing your words. As he, like, after you say a sentence, he, like, doesn't say something for a bit and writes, but, like, after so much writing, he pauses and then looks back to you. If you don't continue, he usually answers another question. So as far as you can tell, he is writing a transcript of your words.
Now,
Moses probably experiencing cultural shock. Wolven that can write.
To be fair, you don't necessarily know that this is a wolven. They are so clad in robes and a leather mask and this other clothing. They even have gloves on, so you can't even see if they have claws. So you don't really know if this is a wolven. You just know they work for the Imperium. It's probably a wolven. There's just really nothing to say or detract.
If there's one final thing that I can say, it's that I was set upon this path by the gods. It was thrust upon me. My only goal in all of this is to get my wish at the end. That's it. I don't care what happens to the towers afterwards. If they are given to the Empress, so be it. I have no interest in that. I have no stake in that. The only stake that I have is getting to that last tower and making sure that Timber is able to be with me for that journey. If that means my death, it means my death.
I see. What's this about a wish you mentioned?
Well, that's the legend of the towers. It's why the Empress is after it, isn't it? You ascend each of the towers to attain godhood.
He continues writing and just hums to himself. Like he doesn't give a response to that.
I'm sure there are people out there who would want to do amazing things with that. There's some people who want to do nefarious things with that. I only wish to bring back one good man who died before his time. That's it.
I think that's enough questions. And is that at that he stands up, he rolls his scroll back up, like tucks it away into his robe. And these aren't like necessarily small scrolls. These are like those big scrolls that have the large metal tube. It's like
it's an Elder Scroll.
One of these. Yeah, like honestly, it's honestly big enough that it could be like it looks on par with an Elder Scroll. They're in those giant tube containers that look like a rolling pin, but like 5 times beefier.
I'm sure I could have come up with much better ways to phrase all of that, but I am dead tired right now.
That's fine. I assume, Tanya kind of makes her allegiance clear, and again, the Inquisitor seems to be somewhat of a neutral party. He's just taking down your words, asking some questions. He doesn't seem to show opinions one way or another. He hardly even talks. He just asks his questions, and that's about it. So it seems this particular person's
Lawful neutral.
A good
he's probably just a lawful neutral scribe asking a list of questions he was told to ask, and he's just doing his job. He's not here of malicious intent.
A good interrogator he just hands you a spool of rope. You tie the noose yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just like question, question, question. So he'll bring Rosalia back, and Rosalia, you'll also still be, in the loop about what they're thinking of doing, or like the plans that they've been having. Timber wanting to persuade his way out of this, the Marten twins wanting to acid their way out of this and to try to sink the ship via just making lots of little holes. Timber, of course, is clearly against that. Yada yada.
It's a wonderful idea. If this wasn't an Imperial ship, I would gladly say so. But sinking this ship would go against everything Temple stands for.
All right.
So, who wants to go next?
I need to head off. I am dead tired.
All right.
Okay.
We will
Have a good
fill
one,
you
Rose.
in next session. But
Or
yeah, you
just
sleep
listen
well.
to the missing part that the recording.
Be another 30, 40 minutes, maybe a little longer. Kind of depends on the actions of the party.
I will say, Rose, that was really freaking epic. I loved it.
Sleep well. Toshmi and Tashimi are going to go next.
Okay. Well, they only take one of you. Or they would try to only take one of you.
They take Toshime, and Tashimi just walks through the bars behind.
There is a posted guard there, so he would absolutely see you if you do that.
Okay.
Toshime and Tashimi are still gonna do it.
Tashimi by the nape and just throw him back through the bars.
The poor guard that's just sitting there putting him back. We made these for bigger people.
The guard wouldn't do that. The guard would go, "Hey," and then point his gun.
Okay, fine. Tashimi stays in the cell.
The wolf just gives a nod at that, and
can you imagine being this guard just stuck on a boat all day, and then these weirdos show up? And then you have to go and just keep telling one of them to stay behind the balls, please.
Tashimi,
we know you can escape.
Tashimi is sitting over next to the bars. He just kind of cautiously puts a paw out of the bars onto the floor outside.
He growls.
He pulls it back. And then a moment later, back out.
He growls.
He's gonna be so freaking strong after this, just lifting and lowering that rifle.
It's trading.
He's not raising and lowering the rifle. He's only raising the rifle if he steps out. But if he just puts his paw out, he just starts to growl.
Tashimi is wagging and keeps doing it.
Anyways,
I'm going to ask the guard for a bucket.
He
Yes.
goes into the storeroom to get him one.
Oh no! The ultimate weapon!
Dungeon Master, you don't realize what you've done.
What have I done?
You gave Temple a bucket.
This is a bucket. Dear God. There's more. No.
No, there's a previous episode where Temple used a bucket basically as a cutting torch to free Rose, and it was fun. Yeah. But that's not my intention now.
He fetches you a bucket. He brings you a bucket. And meanwhile, the Inquisitor is asking the exact same questions he gave to Rosalia.
Just real quick, I'm going to spit out the blood from the kobold into the bucket and say, "There's the blood for your Empress."
He just blinks at that.
Toshime and Tashimi are both talking in unison to the Inquisitor. Even though, one's not in the room.
Okay. And again, he's just asking general questions like, what was the inside of the tower like? This, that, the other thing.
They will describe it. They'll even send along mental images of them. Of it all.
Okay. And that would mostly concern Rosalia's answers and stuff like that. So the questioning goes, as usual. Do you try anything? Do you do anything outside of just answer his questions? Or say anything in particular?
Depends on the exact questions that he asks. As far as the details go, they're going to be honest. They have no reason not to be.
So you, all of the questions are going to be fully pertaining to everything that happened. How did you handle it? This, that, or the other thing. You could basically just give him almost an exact mental replay of like the past 3 hours, and he'll be satisfied with that. So if there's anything special or particular that you want to add, you can do so. But otherwise, if you're just being completely 100% honest, don't feel the need to add any extra explicatives or try anything, he'll just move on to the next person once he's done with your line of questioning.
Toshime's top 5 moments in the tower.
Number 5.
We wish to remain under the service of our Captain Timber.
He just slowly bows his head. Of course, he writes that down. He has been transcribing as much as he can, though, of course, at certain points, he's taken longer to transcribe things, purely because they're mental, of course. So every now and again, you had to pause for him, and he'll write for about 5 minutes before he tells you to proceed.
He's just constantly pausing and playing the recording.
Yeah, because he's trying to get it all down in just writing.
That poor Inquisitor.
3 hours later, they go back to the cell.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, the process would probably take about an hour, honestly.
And then Tashimi is going to go out.
Okay. And when Tashimi starts speaking in the double voice, exactly like they did before, he'll just go ahead and dismiss.
He'll just dismiss?
He'll just dismiss Tashimi.
Oh, okay.
Seeing that they have, like, a shared mind in Like before he heard two voices and he's like, oh, that's weird. But now he's hearing this voice and he's like, oh, you were the other voice. Okay, I see.
I mean, their voices are completely identical. It just sounds like an echo when they both talk at once.
It's okay, Quizdo guy. I'm not used to it either.
It's more of a, it's weird that your voice echoes, but then like you talk to the other one, it's like your voice echoes as well. It sounds exactly the same. I think I understand what's going on here.
And
so
then
he's like,
Razor goes next.
They're not gonna question the Hellhound.
Oh.
What happened? Wolf.
They will question Gar.
At the librarian.
You guys didn't take the librarian, did you?
Yeah, we did.
Oh.
We did. Though nobody can speak its language?
Yeah.
The Wolven may be able to.
Maybe.
It
if
speaks
he knows Draconic.
Draconic. Timber, does the Imperium know Draconic?
Probably not.
It's an Inquisitor, though. So they should be able to have a scroll of speak language.
Probably.
Potentially. But it doesn't seem like they question it for long. It was just a safe time.
Once they figure out that it was not in the tower, they'd probably lose interest really fast.
Yeah.
One way or another, they do not question it for long. And then they would bring Gar up.
Oh boy. And I'm guessing rustic hospitality won't work here?
You can try.
Since you're come from the ranks of the common folk, you fit in amongst them with ease. You can find place to hide, rest, or recuperate among the commoners unless you have shown yourself to be a danger to them. They will shield you from the law or anyone else searching for you, though they will not risk their lives for you.
Yeah, rustic hospitality is very much not going to work here. I don't think that these count as commoners.
Okay, worth a shot.
Especially because I'm pretty sure the commoner rank is for like unleveled NPCs too. But yeah, very good thinking. Honestly, if it wasn't an Inquisitor, there would be potentially more chance of it working.
I use rustic hospitality. The Inquisition hates rust. Oh.
It's a good one. All right, so
yeah, all the best of my barbarian stuff wouldn't be really useful besides running away.
So Toshime, your line of questioning comes and goes. Is there anything extra you do? Any explicatives? Any additional thoughts you want to try to put down on the table?
Yes. 1, can you tell me about the Empress? Timber was preaching about her, but I want more of an unbiased.
Because I do not have this memorized yet.
Because Timber claimed the tower, and I know that if you destroy our ship, that only gives us the option to take over this one. And Timber would not approve of that.
He glances up at that and then cocks his head to one side. What makes you think we wish to destroy your ship?
We heard your captain talking.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant
Admiral.
Toshime is going to throw a mental message over to the Inquisitor. and literally just replay what Rosalia heard.
And the Inquisitor goes, interesting. Well, I must abide by my orders. So, I wish you no immediate harm. That being said, I'm not the one that you need to persuade. I'm simply following orders.
Would I be able to talk to him before he makes a mistake of blowing up the ship?
The Lieutenant Admiral,
Mm-hmm.
I will see if he will entertain the idea for you.
Thank you very much. I do not wish to be on the bad side of the Inquisition. But if I must, I can bring down the whole Knoll pack upon this.
I see. I must state, I don't think you quite understand the extent of the Imperium.
I've heard the preachings from Timber der Jägermeister von Glorious Borkenstein Wolfenstein.
Then you should know that we are numerous. A single pack will not wipe us out.
There's
No!
plenty of
Describe
ass.
such
But there's
as
also the
either.
Martens in
Simple.
black.
Timbo is just so proud that the Barbarian actually remembered his name.
You may be numerous, but do you know how many ancestors there are compared to the Inquisition?
Yes. I'd be willing to say we still outnumber you.
On this ship?
In the terms of such a fight, this ship would not be the only.
Hey, let's not forget, the twins have the MIB to call on.
I don't even know what the MIB is.
Guys, please don't make me attack my friends.
You don't need
I'd
to.
appreciate that.
You can be a
Because
neutral.
If you damage this ship, I have to defend it.
Timber, you would be a neutral party to this. So would the Inquisitor. It would just be me challenging the captain of this ship.
The MIB, or Martens in Black, are basically the special forces that responds to protect all MT&T employees.
I'm just letting the Inquisitor know that it would be me, not Timber, not Tashime, not Toshime, not Rose, but my honor on this.
He scribbles that down on a scroll. But I'll make sure that he's quite aware. That's my job, after all.
Thank you for being so civil about this.
I am not a warrior, not like the rest of them. That being said, I have my duties. I do warn you, you do not want a war with the Imperium.
The paw goes out
It
of
would-
the
It wouldn't be a
bars.
war. It would be a duel against the captain only. I do not wish to shed any other blood if this happens.
I see. I think he will find such a proposal intriguing. Though, don't be fooled. The captain himself is warned by battle.
And I do not wish to get Timber in trouble. That's why I let you know without letting him know. Because he would defend the captain of the ship. He is loyal to the Inquisition.
I have no doubt of his loyalty. If anything, he simply seems to be lacking in certain departments. That being said, I do know the Lieutenant Admiral of this ship. And when it comes to matters such as these, he is quite vain. He will take you up on your duel, and he very much will kill you.
If I am to be killed, I will join the ancestors.
But as long as you have a nice and calm conscience about such a thing. Is there anything else you wish to declare?
Well, I must let them know about the Stone of Vivi that I have. Vivi's Marble.
What's that? Oh, that's the thing that the Eric Cocker gave you.
The donation goal from before that lets grows wings, tail, and the power of the gods on my side.
Right. That was like a transformation type thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, and gives the extra stats.
Do you have the full details in your inventory?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. You do not have the full details in your inventory.
I have it on another page.
Yeah, you know you can add it to the item itself, right?
Yeah, but anytime I'd try to open it, the game would get closed before.
Oh, okay. Where do you have it listed?
I don't got anything
on
special,
any other tab
items-wise.
on your character sheet.
It's Vivi's Marble.
I see that in your items, but I don't see that anywhere else.
Can you open it up? It should have it in there.
When I open BB's marble... Oh, there it is now. That's weird. Before it was just blank. Okay. So you're attuned to it.
Mm-hmm. So I do have the symbol on my forehead that they can plainly see.
Get the tough feet so long as they're tuned. They already have the tough feet, keen sight, moral compass. Okay. Cool. So he takes note of that, but doesn't seem to really take any action based on that or anything else.
And I can ask, am I guilty right now to the Inquisitor and moral compass?
Like, what do you mean? Can you ask, are you guilty?
The user can detect once per day if someone is guilty of a crime or not. This does not reveal how they are guilty, just if they are guilty.
And you're using that on yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
To see if I'm actually guilty of anything by this, or...
Oh, you're not guilty. When you get the reading back, you are definitely not guilty. But the Inquisitor says...
because I have answered this stuff truthfully to this, but I may be guilty in the captain's eyes.
Guilty is... Oh, well, according to the stone, you're not guilty. So I guess that's a question. Do you specify to the captain?
Yes.
Are you guilty to the captain?
Because I can talk with this guy and plainly see that he's saying that he thinks it's all right, but
Are you guilty to the captain? Absolutely, you are 100% guilty.
okay. And I let the Inquisitor know about the moral compass feat and tell him the captain thinks us already guilty.
Inquisitor nods a few times and notes that down. I wasn't expecting such. He's quite vain. And truthfully, I believe what he's doing right now may be a bit of a ploy. He likely wants to take Timber von Borkenberg's achievements for his own right. Especially
Borkenberg
since...
Wolfenstein.
Yes. Well, regardless of his name.
He is the captain of our ship. I just want to make sure that you have the right title when you write it down for the Empress.
What I'm writing down right now is for the Lieutenant Admiral. Though, if your words are correct, it hardly matters much what I write down.
It will still reach the Empress's ears, no matter if I have to yell it from the ship or from the grave.
We shall see. Regardless, if what you say is true, he's likely taking Borkenberg Wolfenstein's achievements for his own, especially because it would be a great embarrassment to him, and he would likely receive a demotion, if not be outright done away with.
I look so silly right now, though, in character.
Why?
Because I have the blood of the kobolds all over me. I have, from the orb, the tail and the ears. And I also have the bunny hood on, just in case.
Gotcha.
The bunny hood, I have to pay gold to 2 times my speed if I were to use it.
Gotcha.
And the Inquisitor would also know about that magical item.
Is there anything else you wish to declare? Or are we done here?
Just to declare that I will not attack any other Wolven but the captain.
Am I to take it that you are currently immediately hostile to him, or are you going to converse with him until you have a proper duel?
I will converse with him.
I see. He writes that down and gives a nod and ushers you out.
And thus 2 other armed guards are escorting me to make sure.
Yep. And when the Inquisitor comes back to the cell, he says, that will conclude the questioning.
When I get back, I let Timber know. I'm making sure they're writing down your true name.
Inquisitor?
Yes.
You know, I'm not exactly the brightest guy.
Are we all here now, or?
Yes, you are all in the cell together now.
I do have one thing I just remembered.
Yes.
When I was first brought to this crew, I was originally on a crusade. We were backstabbed by a treasonous wolven, and I was impaled. Timber will pull out a dagger and present it to the Inquisitor. This spike came off the maul that impaled me. For whatever reason, I was pulled from where I stood and thrust upon this other mission. I believe the Emperor sent me.
And he looks over the spike. Is there like any insignia or anything special on it?
There would have been.
Yeah, there would have been. It might have been corrupted because it basically was the Wolven who had it before was corrupted by the Abyss and became pure unadulterated evil. And when he stabbed Timber with the maul, the spike came out and Timber had to pull it out of himself.
Right.
Timber just fashioned a dagger out of it.
The Inquisitor seems to inspect it for a good long minute. It's like slowly rolling it over in the palm of his hand, looking it over. And then he flips the blade so that the blade is sitting in his hand, and what little of the broken sort of now pommel of this short blade is offered back. And he says, keep it. Maybe it'll allow you to cheat death once again.
One day I plan to return it to the one who gave it to me.
Good luck in your endeavor. Though I fear you're going to have to deal with the Lieutenant Admiral first.
Joke.
I follow the Empress's will. I have faith that I can overcome this obstacle.
Good. Not all of us in the Imperium are so loyal as they should be. He simply says before turning and walking.
May the Empress protect.
Indeed.
And Tim, because of the mental link, Timber would have heard my interview.
Yep.
Everything has been broadcasted between party. And after that, time begins to pass once again. And you guys can tell it's getting late. It's getting dark out. Just from the fact that you all are getting tired, you can tell it's getting to be nighttime.
And because the bucket thing was about Timber saying, blood for the Empress. Blood needs to be spilt for the Empress. That's why I did that.
Yeah, but now that's all got pukey stuff in it. That's kind of gross, man.
At a certain point, the guard...
I was just going to say, while we're waiting, Timber will just be kneeling and praying.
You'll be praying for a good few hours. But at a certain point, the guards will change shift. And a few moments will go by. And the guard will glance around hastily, pull out his keys, and start undoing the lock and open the cell.
Are we to go someplace?
Yeah, you're to get the fuck out of here. It's Moriarty. You know that voice.
What the fuck? Moriarty, you son of a bitch.
Listen. I know nothing about the Imperium, but I don't trust a fucking battleship pulling up on us like that. So I decided to go ahead, hide for a bit. Right now I've got my hat of disguise self on. And, been trying to keep an eye on things. And that fucking Captain, Admiral, whatever the fuck he is, I'm under the impression he doesn't exactly have the best interests in keeping us all alive and afloat.
Lead him to me. Lead me to him.
Go.
Okay.
Uh,
Listen. All right. Listen, I
just
did
gonna,
not.
I was just
I-
gonna say. Oh, sorry.
I've gone ahead and tried to make a path for y'all to get the fuck out of here without being seen. That's all I've done. I am not aiding in whatever the fuck you're on about fighting someone for honor or blood or whatever. I honestly don't really know what's happened with y'all, but I'm not here to help y'all get revenge. I'm here to get you the fuck off the ship. If y'all aren't interested in that, that's fine. I'll take our old boat, and I'll fucking sail it myself if I have to get the hell out of here. I'm not being stranded on this island. And I'm not fucking dealing with this massive-ass Navy fleet ship, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, Moriarty's got a point.
What are you doing, Captain Timber?
Listen, I reported to the Inquisition. I've fulfilled my duty. My duty now is to continue this mission. This so-called admiral is getting in my way. I do not have the firepower to deal with his ship, nor would I want to sink his ship. But I think if we find somebody else, we can report that this guy wants to steal my fucking glory, and that's totally heresy. Let's get out of here. We will withdraw for now, but we will be back.
No, it's okay. You guys go on ahead. We'll stay here underneath their ship, sink them, and we'll just catch a mermaid to get back.
Toshime, as much as I would love that, there was several other good woven soldiers on the ship that I do not want to see slain because of one bad alpha.
That wasn't actually in character, unless Moriarty's actually going to add mermaids to get back to the ship.
Well, you've been talking about how much you want. That's a really cool idea. I would love to freaking Marten Team 6 you under a ship and like just melt the bottom of the ship. That is very freaking cool. I love that idea.
You know,
But
if we want,
go ahead.
if we want to make this a full Sea of Thieves gameplay loop, there is a Sea of Thieves RPG board game. I'm sorry. Proceed, Timber.
It would. I am not willing to sink one of these grand battleships of the Imperial Navy and send thousands of good woven soldiers to their death over one bad alpha. We just have to keep going up the chain of command.
We do not need to spill the blood of the innocent to make things right.
All right, Moriarty. What's? I'm not really. I'm kind of big and clunky. I don't know how I'm gonna sneak out of here. But if you think you got a plan, I'm.
All right.
Reported to
So
the crew. I trust you.
there's a door that leads out to, you know, a metal fence, a rail. I've gone ahead and tied a rope and hung it off. Now, I can keep track of the patrols. It's already dark out enough, so we don't need to worry too much about things. All you need to do is when I knock, one of you comes out, quickly hops the rail, and grabs onto the rope, and slowly lowers yourself into the water so there's not a splash. The Wolven, who I've given a break to, is supposed to be patrolling this area. So we're clear. So we're clear from here. Just don't go anywhere else on the ship.
Hey, Moriarty.
Yes.
Next time you tell me you assaulted an Imperial officer or I'll plug my ears.
I never
so I
said
don't
that.
have to. Blah blah blah. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. What are we talking about? Oh no. Just tell me to cover my ears when you're talking about that.
I said that he took a break. If you want to interpret that as something malicious, that's up to you. But I did no such thing.
Plausible to my ability. I'm just saying that if that situation ever came up, just tell me to look away and not listen to that part, and then tap me on the shoulder, and I'll keep listening.
Oh, by the way, Timber,
Yes.
go ahead and roll insight for me.
It was a permanent
God.
break.
I'm so good at insight. Just warning you. I put a lot of points into it.
Hey there, we got another.
I can see you have a flat 20. Go ahead and roll it.
I'm trying to. Hold on a second. I don't know what it is because I never use it.
It's right above your intimidation.
Oh. See? That's why I don't know where it's at, because it's where my good one is.
Okay, thank goodness. You almost rolled a natural 20. Yeah, no, you completely believe Moriarty. He's telling complete truth. He would never, ever have harmed someone. He just gave them a break. And you absolutely believe that.
Alright. Let's get out of here.
He just
Moriarty's
gives a
so
nod
lucky.
and continues along. You would note Moriarty. He looks like a wolven. He does not look like Moriarty the can, of course. As he said, he's got the hat of disguise self. But anyways, he shows you the path. He shows you to the door, and then he basically just says, "Okay, wait for my knock. When I knock, it's clear. One of you come out each time I knock. Jump over the rail and grab the rope and shimmy your way down. Okay." And I assume everyone follows the plan?
Yep.
Except me.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Since I'm the last one, I'm going to use nature and sniff out the captain.
No. You're not the last one. I'm the last one. Captain goes last.
He insulted our captain. My honor.
There's a little clang, clang knock from outside the door. The door is notably propped open, so that you can easily step out without making much noise.
Go. Your captain has given you orders. You will get out of here. And I will be right behind you. I have
Roll
to ensure my
insight.
pack. I have
Roll
to ensure
insight, Timber.
my... Alright, insight. Let's see.
There's another clang, clang from the door.
Oh, God.
A bit more hasty this time.
The twins will go out.
Okay. Go ahead and give me either an athletics or acrobatics check for them.
Why?
Just to grab the rope and shimmy down.
They have
It's
a climb
a low
speed.
DC. Oh, okay. Then not necessary at all.
They auto succeed.
Yep, they do. And they're able to shimmy into the water.
I will leave the ship, Timber.
All right. Simple believes him.
Clang, clang.
Now go.
As I go and sniff out the captain.
Okay, so do you step outside directly past Moriarty?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't jump over the rail?
Nope.
Moriarty kind of like glances to him and then glances back and then glances to him. He's like, "What? Where are you going?"
You should know that gnolls have honor about this.
Gar, you're gonna get yourself killed.
Can Tashimi see Gar?
Yes.
Toshime, out of character. I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want to see Gar gone. Okay?
I understand.
Tashimi is using his blah 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 coordinated
Propel
movement to force Gar to climb down the rope.
And what do I use if I'm...
Technically, there is no means of resisting. However, this is a... If Gar does not consider them an ally, then that's the only way Gar could not be affected.
I know what you're using on me, so I do not consider that an ally move.
Because of what's at stake here, I'm willing to make it either a contested willpower roll or a willpower save from Gar.
You mean wisdom save?
Yes, sorry, wisdom save against your cast DC.
That would be a DC
Whatever.
15. Oh, God!
Yeah, now
Gar
he
is
gets a 20.
very, very focused on this.
Instead of
All right, I will
Dude.
put on the table to allow you to make that a contested roll if you want. Zim.
With a nat 20 on the line there, I'm not going to contest it. As much as I really don't want Toshime's character to die.
Toshime, the little weasel Toshime, you
Not a
you're
weasel.
broadcasting. Noodle Buddy, not to be confused with Big or Noodle Buddy.
hi and possibly bye.
He is Yin.
Yeen, do you tell Timbo that Gar is not obeying orders?
No.
All right.
Instead, both of them are going to send a Gar. If you're going to stay, then we will stay and die with you.
This is my fight alone.
You are part of our team. You are our friend. He's not.
If I do-
Well,
This guy's
I don't
not
hear any
going
of this,
to
so I can't
honor
say
your single duel. He is instead going to have all of his guards fight you as well.
If you must fight with me, then you will. But understand, they have dishonored my tribe.
Oh, I understand. And I want to get them back. I want to take them out too. But it would be much better for us to do so when we are in the position to actually extract our revenge here.
Gar, dexterity saving throw.
Joke.
As you are talking, you notice that
Give it a moment. Marten video's a little loud, but
just as music for this intense moment.
Okay, carry on.
Gar, as you are sending this mental communication back and forth, as you're walking along, you notice the rather loud, metal on metal steps of a wolven soldier, likely about to come around the corner. Due to that average dexterity saving throw, you're basically able to, you basically have a turn to react, knowing that there is an enemy about to come around the corner that's about to detect you. So you can try to stealth and hide, or you can throw yourself over the ship, or okay. So you stealth and you decide to sort of hunch up against the wall, sort of next to a beam, and you're hoping he doesn't see you. Moriarty, in his disguise, goes back to being stiff, standing at attention. And let me roll a thing. Okay. This soldier, with his eyes gazing straight forward and with a visor that does somewhat cut off his peripherals, marches straight past you, inches away, and luckily does not seem to notice you in the dead of night.
Mental back to Toshime and Tashime. Are you ready for this?
Please don't do it.
It should be stated you felt like that was inches away from you were going to be you were being discovered.
They are going to ruin Timber's name if this information happens. The captain is going to ruin Timber's name in the eyes of the Imperium.
The Inquisitor will get out the proper information. I'm sure of that.
I was just
The
about to
truth.
mention that.
The captain would rather see the Inquisitor dead than that happen.
Do we have any reason to think that?
Pride.
Guys.
They're
Guys. I haven't heard anything in a while. You guys okay?
Go ahead and say what you were going to say,
Clang.
Moriarty.
Moriarty gives his 2 nuts for Timber.
All right. Temple will get out. Does he see Moriarty and Gaul?
Well, Moriarty's standing right next to the door, so he would
Yeah.
definitely see Moriarty.
Okay. Does Temple see Gaul?
Perception.
Yeah. Gar, are you still stealthing?
Yep.
It's a perception check then.
Okay.
You do not.
All right. So Temple will nod to the fellow Wolven soldier, climb the fence, grab the thing, and start to shimmy down.
Athletics or acrobatics check.
Athletics. Definitely athletics. Because Timbo assumes everything's going to plan.
All right. You climb the ladder, shimmy down, and are able to dip yourself into the water without making a massive splash.
I'm so stealthy and cool. Timbo will try to get back onto the boat.
Moriarty follows soon after.
Please,
And he starts-
Gar. We'll come back. And we'll make sure that Timber's name isn't ruined.
Temple will quietly try to start getting the ship ready to move.
Timber,
Yes.
roll me another perception check.
All right.
And I have to tell Toshime and Tashime that, do you really think that they'll allow that we escaped in their records? It's going to be that they took the tower, and mention of Timber being a deserter.
Yeah, 20 guys.
So you didn't notice him on the ship. But more specifically, you didn't notice him off the ship either.
All right. Temple will.
And the candle in your brain, not the light bulb, the candle, gets lit. And you're like, oh no. And with a nat 20, you actually even catch a glimpse of him and see that he's still on the ship after thinking that.
Temple looks up and goes, mentally, of course. Gaul,
Yes.
it pains me to do this. But we must go and ensure we get victory. There is no victory here if we just sacrifice ourselves to a body bag for no good reason.
Okay, I
Why?
will go.
Oh, okay. That works. I was going to say, why sacrifice one victory and lose the wall? I have a plan, but it requires my entire pack. Even if I had to stuff Rose in my backpack and try to do stealthy stuff because she's taking a nap. It's just so pretty and precious. Alright. Get downhill. We'll go as soon as you're on this boat.
Okay, I'll get down there.
Well, Moriarty, the one nice thing about having a sailboat is it doesn't make as much noise as this big steamboat. And we begin, I hope so,
Gar,
we begin
athletics,
to,
acrobatics.
okay, athletics it is.
I said Gar.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was like, does Timbo have to steer the ship? What's going on?
Okay, if Timber says athletics.
You're lucky this is a DC 5.
Oh, God.
But yeah, no, you're able to shimmy down the rope. There's a moment where you kind of like slide on the rope a little bit, and you're like, but you manage to get down and slip into the water.
I'm too angry to slip.
And then you're able to quietly wade your way back over to the main ship. And then, yeah, from there, the party is scot-free to undo the mast, lower the sails. Luckily, the fog is still decently thick. So even unfurling the sails and starting to sail away doesn't immediately get the alarm of the woven soldiers. As far as you guys can tell, you sail out into the night without anyone being any the wiser.
And Timbo would know with his experience with the Imperial Navy that, yes, we can't win a fight, but we can sure win a race.
And that is where the session will end here, with Timber getting out of the clutches of the Lieutenant Admiral.
That was pretty fucking epic.
And I'm sorry for dragging this out.
No,
Oh,
you're
no,
good.
You're good.
No, it's good.
This is, oh my god, I was really worried on 3 different occasions that you guys were just going to get murked.
Yeah.
If I could have just snuck in there and then used Bone Crusher on that guy's neck, then that would have been it.
I'm gonna throw out there, using Bone Crusher on people's neck is not a tactic I'm going to consistently allow. I allowed it because you used it on a kobold. He's small, he's weak, okay, go for it. That's not gonna work for everything.
It was designed for arms or legs.
Or
Also,
if I could have used Bone Crusher on a different limb for that guy for a memory of me, just to keep me in his mind, since he's
yeah.
such a dishonorable.
He'll remember you when he has your head above his mantle.
oh no, God. We just evaded a freaking Imperial Navy ship.
I would say
that's gonna be probably a big oh fuck.
I added a note to the notes section in the Fantasy Grounds.
Oh boy.
Though, God, there's one thing you should know about Wolven, that if you ever fight in one, if you drop them to 0 but don't kill them, they still have 1 hit point.
That would only be for 1 turn. Or until they take another hit.
Until they take another hit, yes, but that makes literally all the difference.
Well, thank you everybody so much for joining us so far today on the stream. That was Ascent to Ascend Dungeons and Dragons. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. You are the ones that keep this channel alive. I seriously cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. Consider also grabbing some merchandise over at zgfgaming.store, or by brain died, or by sending a treat during one of our streams. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye, guys.
Welcome to the Hamlet.